Hi, welcome to Thursday with a Friend. My name is Lawrence, and this is a special Thanksgiving edition, so it is not live. So please do not send super chats and expect me to read the comments, but feel free to send them. Anyway, thank you guys all for joining. And today, my special guest from across the pond, Chris, also known as True Mr. Six. That's how I like to think of him. Or MoDXtraCG, and we're definitely going to get in that. Thank you for joining me. How are you doing?
No worries. Technical future happy Thanksgiving to you and to the audience. I'm very well, thank you, my man.
I'm so glad. First off, I like doing some of these recordings because it gives me a night off.
Yeah, sure. Especially Thanksgiving.
Yeah, there's still content going on. And also, I'm technically going to have a Black Friday giveaway. So that's on Friday, obviously, not today. I'm not gonna go up against myself.
So in realsies right now, you'll be beer in hand, you'll be turkey and yamming it up, stuff in your face.
Well, by this time it's gonna be 8, and I think most of it's or 9. I don't even know what time my show starts. It's gonna be 9 p.m. I'll probably be sitting at home anyway, but I know a lot of people aren't. I'll probably be watching a football game, or I'll be on here to watch because I know people tune in, and you do want to answer questions if possible. So it does work out, and I don't think you guys celebrate Thanksgiving.
No, not at all.
It's a U.S. holiday.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not really a thing over here. Although Black Friday has made its way over, and so the Black Friday sales mania has become a thing.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome for the week that they jack up the prices and then bring it down to normal price and say, look at this amazing deal. And you're like, oh my God, I got to get that. Hey, wait a minute. That's how much it was last week.
Well, it's handy. It's handy a month before Christmas, though, isn't it? We've definitely got a few things on that the kids have put on their letter to Santa that we need to start thinking about picking up. And Black Friday, I'll definitely be looking for a few bits for the little ones.
When my kids were younger, when they were younger, I would start picking stuff up from, I don't know, February, March, because when they're little, it doesn't matter. Like, I would just pick up like toys because it wouldn't matter to them, because they're at the age that when they get stuff, they were just going to be happy, and you just find stuff, and I'd forget how much stuff that I had. I can honestly say I have nothing. I ordered something from BBTS yesterday for my daughter because I saw it on sale and was like, you know what, I'll pick this up. So I was actually waiting for it, and I was like, all right, well, you know what? If I ever see it go on sale, and it was Super 7, so it's going to go on sale.
Yeah, Jesus, Super 7, man. The most outrageously overpriced action figure line. I really fancy, I thought it was behind me, but it's not. I used to watch Simpsons back in the day. I like the House of Horrors characters.
Okay.
And particularly, they've done a Ned Flanders when he's in the devil outfit. I've got a little one, a miniature one, but they've done a big 7-incher.
I have.
But I'm not dropping like 50 quid on it.
Yeah, I have a little one. I have a little one too. It's probably why I'm still single.
Cue drum roll. It's not the size of the action figure, Lawrence. It's what you do with it.
Hey, it produced 2 kids. I can tell you that much. So let me ask you, and I actually asked you before we start, before we even hit record. Your name is Chris, but you have a totally different Instagram name than your YouTube name, and this is kind of one of the things I have with Johnny Reno, who is actually his name, but he also goes by Cage's Customs.
Yeah.
And I was blindsided because he wanted to donate something like last year, and I asked Tony, I'm like, dude, you know who Cage's Customs is? Because when I asked him where he's at, he's like, I'm in Arizona. And I'm like, who is he? He's like, dude, it's Johnny Reno. I'm like, how the hell am I supposed to know that? They're not even close. Like, those names aren't even. It's not like Johnny's Customs or Johnny's So where do the two? Well, first off, where does each name come from? But why do you have 2 different?
Yeah. So it's so the name of the channel that you and your and some proportion of your audience will probably know me from, is MoDXtra Games and Collectibles. But MoDXtra Games and Collectibles is one of several channels that I've been involved in over the years. And the MOD, as in mod, in the MoDXtra, stands for the Ministry of Dice, because I'm an avid tabletop player, and I used to make content for a player versus player collectible card and dice game called Dice Masters. So me and my mate Andy, during the pandemic, when things were getting a bit dry and it was harder to do, get together and play games, we started doing extra content for our audience, hence the MoDXtra. And so we started up a couple of other channels. So we do live playthroughs of, do you know the old Ian Livingstone, Steve Jackson, Fighting Fantasy, Choose Your Own Adventure books? Are you familiar with those?
Oh, yeah.
So we do like daft read-throughs of those with a little circle of guys that we hang out with. And we did some movie reviews and things just to get through the pandemic. And one of the things I did was I started doing action figure reviews and showing off some of my collectibles. The irony, of course, is that actually now dominates most of my content creating time, and the other stuff is sort of just like little back pocket things. So the True Mr. 6 that you know me as on Instagram is my gamer name. That's my gamer tag.
Oh.
So when we were doing online gaming and streaming that, along with the live tabletop gaming, I went by the name True Mr. 6. And the name is inspired by a character from Grant Morrison's comic book, The Invisibles.
Oh, okay. Well, it's funny because I just clicked on it because I had you on because I had to send you the link. And you're like, oh, well, that's my gaming name. I flip it on. It's like, well, all I see is toys. Like,
yeah.
All I see is toys.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, well, for a couple of reasons. The game that me and my mates used to play, the publisher's not producing any new sets. It's kind of died. The game's a bit dead. We still hook up to play some stuff like Marvel Snap. You might know Marvel Snap, or I've done a bit of Legends of Runeterra back in the day, and like your virtual card games and stuff. And we still do the Fighting Fantasy, but I've kind of split it all up. I compartmentalized it so it wasn't as messy. And now I've got a bigger audience, and I'm part of a larger community in toys and collectibles. And so, but I just couldn't be asked changing the name of the Instagram. It feels weird because you don't want to sort of. I've made some tremendous friends from my gaming time who I still instant message with and stuff. And even though we're not actively gaming because the shared games that we were involved in have sort of died out a bit, you don't want to turn your back on those people and say, oh well,
yeah,
So the True Mr. 6 is my gamer tag. And I've just kept the gamer tag rolling.
And you don't want to change your name once you've established who you are in a community, because it confuses people.
Yes.
And for what we're doing, when you're creating content, I'm seeing people that change their name, and I'm like, why did you change your name, or why did you change your logo? People know you from that. There's a reason why in every one of my reviews, I have my logo there.
Yeah.
One thing is, if you don't like me, then you can just skip by it. But it's also going to be one of those things that people are going to see it and they go, hey, I like this guy, or I've seen this guy's stuff, and you're going to click on it.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the logo for MoDXtra, you can actually see there's two like little chess piece pawns.
Yep.
Which are called sidekicks in the game Dice Masters. And obviously for the action figure collecting crowd, that's meaningless, but that's just a reused motif from our board gaming logo that me and Andy had. So the two little characters, the two little pawn characters are actually the me and Andy board game characters. It's just a reused motif from the old thing. Yeah. So, and I still do a bit of collectible card gaming and a bit of board gaming. Some of these shelves back here, they've got some card games in them, but obviously I'm much more heavily involved in the action figure and collectible scene now.
See, I thought mod meant modification, like you were modding toys.
No, yeah, I hear that a lot.
So it's neat, and the fact that you picked out one of the worst factions of professional wrestling, Ministry of Darkness.
Well, it was the name was actually given to us by one of our listeners. We had a podcast as part of the Ministry of Dice, and the name was given to us by one of our listeners. It's actually a play on the Ministry of Defence. There was like a little James Bond British running theme like a little shared joke with the audience. So it was the Ministry of Dice. We used to do regular jokes about, we were the Queen's only appointed, the Queen's only appointed board game. You know what I mean?
That is awesome. No, I that's already something I would have. Like I said, I knew you had two names, and it gets confusing because I know you as True Mr. Six.
Yes, yeah.
When you try and find someone's content, you're like, the fuck is this guy at? Like, and I've talked. I know there's a few people that I've talked to, and a lot of people ask me a lot of stuff about YouTube. And I think just because more than anything, I don't have any I don't want to gatekeep. I've spent a lot of time trying to learn as much as I can to grow my audience, grow my channel, and there's no reason if I see someone and I've told people this, if you have a question and you ask me, I'm not going to be one of those people that won't tell you, because if I see something that you're struggling with and we're friends, I'll kind of shoot you a message and say, hey, you might want to change this or maybe try this. Why is it because I struggled for a year to figure something out and then I found out something works? Why should I have to watch somebody else struggle? Just, again, we're not competing with each other. We're trying to compete with ourselves. But I've had a few people ask me, and I've typed in their name. They're like, I'm thinking about changing my name, and I'll type in their name, and I was like, dude, you're the only person that pops up, and it's an easy name to remember.
The name doesn't matter, does it?
Well, it does when you're trying to find some, or like you're trying to find some. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So like a punk with toys. It's 4 really easy words, and there's no one else, and it's gonna pop up. But there's some people that their names they have 2 names that are so many different things, and you're like, hey, and I'll say his name because I told him. I'm like, I hate you, Shark Eyes. I type in Shark Eyes to find your content. And now I know what every single eye of a shark looks like. All right.
Yeah, like marine biologist channels and stuff.
Because it's Shark Eyes toy reviews. I'm like, I am not going that far and typing in a name. So anyway.
But when you look at the really big guys, like Mr. Beast, the name Mr. Beast doesn't actually indicate anything about the type of content that he does it? The actual name choices. Yeah. Neither here nor there, really.
No, and it has nothing to do with it. To me, it had nothing. When people ask, it's not about the name relating to certain things. Although when you're trying to get into a niche, sometimes it does help. But if everything blends together, people can't spell the name. They throw in numbers within a letter to try and be clever, and it's like, good luck. That's for you, Darren. I've told you. Down South 77. He's changed his name, and he's like, I'm like, all right. I'm just telling you, it is hard to find you, especially because you're just starting off. And I understand. I'm like, I understand what you're doing, and I'm only saying this here because I've told him numerous times and I've mentioned it before. And he's like, I know. I'm like, I know you like the name, but man, sometimes it's hard to find you. Now it's easier because he does a lot of content, so I see him pop up. He pops up in my algorithm all the time. But some people they're trying to kick off, and because the person that had asked me about changing their name was Krusty Old Crow, and I typed it in. I'm like, don't change your name. There's nothing else that pops up, and it's easy words to find you. So if someone sees you in a chat, or they hear you in a show and they know what your name is, and there's not a link, they type in Krusty Old Crow. Really easy words to find, easy words to spell, and you're the only thing that pops up, which is awesome. It's easier to find you, but you still have to make good content or else people don't care.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Krusty Old Crow is the hat alone is the marketing point.
Yes. Yeah. He's because he told me, sorry, Ryan, that now I'm talking about your personal business here on Thanksgiving. He was thinking about, he's like, I really don't like the whole crusty, it makes me feel like, that I'm just this crusty guy. And I'm like, it's just your name. It's just your name, man. But it works so and I'm sorry, I'm not calling you Old Crow. I'm just not. All right.
Well, I like it.
Yeah.
If you're watching, crusty old crow. I love it. Stick with it.
I'm just throwing out personal information with people that now I'm just throwing things out at people like, oh, and this person said that. Anyway, as most can hear, you have an accent.
Do I?
Unlike myself, who does not.
What?
So where are you from?
Yeah, so I'm over in the UK, Manchester, the great city of Manchester in the United Kingdom, in the wet north.
So are you guys the ones that get like one American football game a year or two?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know. We've got a good basketball team called the Manchester Giants.
Well, what an appropriate name for a basketball team.
Basketball's bigger. It's the second. It's now in the Northwest, which is where I live. It's now the second most popular team sport.
Behind soccer.
Basketball. Yes, yeah.
Probably not.
I think you mean football. I believe you're referring to football there, Lawrence.
Oh no, I said soccer. I meant. No, I definitely meant soccer. I love the fact. I get that. I get that total. Like when I argue with people about that, especially like from different parts of the world, and they'll be like, yeah, in football, like in your American football, you barely even use your foot. Soccer is awful. How do you think you should be? And I do we have 11 aircraft carriers. Our military is just bigger than yours. We call it what we want.
Now I need to know how many aircraft carriers we've got. Hang on.
Not many.
Aircraft carriers.
When you,
UK.
It is sad how few every other country has.
Yeah, we've just got two, man.
Look at the list. It's
the Queen Elizabeth and the Prince of Wales.
If you look up aircraft carriers per country, I don't think anyone has more than 3, but the
there's loads. They're all named after presidents: Gerald Ford, Abraham Lincoln,
Ronald Reagan,
George Washington. Yeah, Ronald Reagan. There he is. Truman, W. Bush. Yeah. What's Oriskany? I don't know. That's not a US president, is it?
Nope. Yeah.
You've even got like different classes and different sizes of aircraft carrier. That is so typically USA, isn't it?
I think they have 3 in construction, 3 super aircraft carriers. So I think they're going to decommission the 3 once they're done. I'm not positive, but I think they have 3 in production right now.
I've started reading the wiki page on US aircraft carriers now.
It's crazy. Like it is crazy.
Escort aircraft carriers, airship aircraft carriers, amphibious warfare ships. Is that not?
We probably have the smallest penis, in the world.
Yeah.
Man, do we have a military?
USA.
But man, do we have a military, and because of that military, we have G.I. Joe.
Yeah. Dwight D. Eisenhower. Oh, the Enterprise. You got the Enterprise. I knew the Enterprise. The
Enterprise.
Yeah.
We all know the Enterprise because of Star Trek.
Oh, wow. So this one I'm looking at now, though, this wiki page, of course, it's got all the aircraft carriers from back in the Second World War and stuff. So there's just pages of these aircraft carriers over and over again.
This is going to be a fascination. You're going to be like, that's it.
You just
3 weeks. You're going to be like messaging like, all right, so do you know China has these 3 right over here? And then when you start looking at like the different ones,
like, how many does China have?
If you look up how many aircraft carriers like per country, they'll list it. It's kind of sad that we have so many. No, everyone else has so few.
Yeah, like everyone else is all just like whatever, 1 or 2 will do. You guys are like boom, 11.
We have 2 different oceans we have to defend.
Well, true that. I mean, we're just in the, we're sort of like nice and
we have 2 different oceans, a tiny little state in the middle of the Pacific that we have to defend.
So someone's done like this color map with the aircraft carrier distribution. It's just a big blob over the US.
Oh, right now, Shark Eyes is laughing his ass off, probably messaging me, going,
China's
"You
got
and your
3.
aircraft here thing."
China's got 3.
China's got 3.
How many's Australia got? Australia's not even on the list.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has more than 3, and I think China might be the only one with 3. Oh,
Wow.
I know we're way off topic, which is
Yeah. Well, it's kind of tangentially, the flag and all that,
If you start looking up like Russian aircraft carriers, I wouldn't do it
Right.
now. There's like so much stuff about like they started creating aircraft carriers, but didn't think of the future, and they're basically just piles of. They're just big paperweights in the water these days.
Really?
They had to, sink a lot of them. Like it's really fascinating, but it's again, you go on this the rabbit hole of aircraft carriers, and you start finding the other ones out about the countries.
I think the Ukraine didn't they recently sink a Russian aircraft carrier?
I don't know.
Probably better to stay clear of conversations of that nature. The algorithm, there'll be red lights going off in the Pentagon. Punk with toys.
So anyway, let's get back on topic. If we ever even get on it. So you're born in the UK.
Yes.
Do you mind asking how old you are?
I am how old am I? 44.
So you're younger than me, about 5 years younger than me. So good age gap, but it seems like the most of the people that I discuss. When I talk to someone in their 30s, it's still kind of shocking. Like, man, how'd you get into toys? How'd you like G.I. Joe? But G.I. Joe was around for quite some time. Now, how was your family life like? Were your parents together? Did you have any siblings?
Yeah. Mum, classic 2.4 children, mum, dad, me and my brother, younger brother. Everyone's all still around, still kicking, still doing their thing, I had a pretty traditional kind of parochial English upbringing, to be honest. I am the absolute definition of like middle class white English countryside. You know what I mean? White privilege that you could possibly have, to be honest.
Well, how much younger is your brother?
2 years. 2-ish.
You kind of had a built-in play friend, no matter like.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of our toy collectors. So there's a photo that I had knocking around a while ago. I popped it on my Instagram of me and my younger brother we were rooting through some old pictures. My dad's been scanning them in, digitizing his old photo albums, and it was a Christmas morning picture. We both got the same Action Force t-shirt on, G.I. Joe t-shirt, that we'd obviously unwrapped and thrown on straight away with our jammy bottoms on. And I'm opening up what am I opening up? I can't remember, but it's a G.I. Joe, and there's like a Transformer in the background and a Master of the Universe on the floor and stuff. So, we had a very typical, very classic, two young lads in the 80s kind of Christmas mornings. And we definitely, at that age, we don't get on so well now, but at that age, it was,
Did you just say we don't get along so well now?
No, not really, no.
It's just how you threw it in there. Like, I don't really get along so well now.
Well, he'd say the same. I mean, we're fine. We're fine. If he texts me, I'll text him back.
It was just funny how you.
I'm not saying we just gone separate ways. We just got
it was just funny how you threw that in. That I. So do you remember like the first toys you played with? Not so much the ones you fell in love with, but like for me and my age, it seems like it was the Adventure People, Hot Wheels, Matchbox. I'm assuming you got. I'm assuming you had all that stuff. But do you remember like the first toys that you had playing with?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, no, maybe. So I definitely remember having a lot of your classic kind of Saturday morning TV show stuff. That's probably the first living memory. Your G.I. Joe, your Mask, your Visionaries, your Thundercats, your Masters of the Universe, stuff like that. And prior to that, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not so sure. Not so sure. But
Okay.
definitely, as I was getting into sort of 6, 7, 8 years old, I vividly remember living room carpet stuff, like shooting my snake eyes with my Han Solo and stuff. You know what I mean? Just
I mean, you're 5 years. I mean, 5 years younger than me. So by that time, like when I'm thinking of like Hot Wheels, Hot Wheels, Matchbox, Adventure People. When you're at that age of stuff that when I would be remember that, you'd be remembering G.I. Joe, possibly Star Wars, Transformers, like that stuff was hot because you would have been born. Were you born in 79 or 80?
80.
Okay. So I always like to see what people remember because I know like some of the people that are a little bit, I mean, just a little bit younger than or a little bit older than me, they remember still the 12-inch GI Joes because they were hand me downs.
Sure.
Where I never saw
yeah. So I definitely had some Action Man, which was the 12-inch. Well, they were dolls. Don't call them dolls. They're not dolls. Anyway, but yeah, I used to have some of the, but it was the 3.75-inch Revolution was definitely. So I definitely had some Star Wars figures, some Action Force figures, and then later the GI Joe Action Force figures. I definitely remember having some Masters of the Universe stuff knocking around. I definitely remember Mask. Definitely remember Transformers. That it was all that Saturday morning cartoon type stuff.
So, do you remember like what your first toy love was? Like, was there one line? Like for me, I've said it all. It's GI Joe. I mean, I always select other things, but GI Joe has always been my favorite since the moment I saw it on TV. Do you have one or?
Yeah, interesting. So from a very young age, Lego was a big, massive into Lego as a very young child. But what you got to remember, Lawrence, and I don't know how many people you spoke to from the UK. Connor, I'm sure will back me up on this. That's Fuller's figures from over in the Republic of Ireland. Is that things weren't as sort of ubiquitous. They weren't as like widely available. So you go into Toys R Us and we'd have GI Joe and but we wouldn't have the racks and racks and racks of stuff. There were characters and figures that we never saw here in the United Kingdom. So you just kind of were in a position where you would just mix and match. You just buy whatever looked cool, whatever looked good, or what cartoon you were watching at that time, and sort of mix it up a bit. It was a big deal if someone went on holiday to the States. You'd be giving them shopping lists saying, go in Toys R Us and look for, look for this or look for that. Because we'd see the adverts in the back of the comics, of course.
I've never thought about that.
Yeah. So we, there was never really, I definitely collected Action Force, which was what the label was on G.I. Joe over here. Definitely collected some Transformers. But I never had one thing that I dove 2 feet into. One of the reasons why G.I. Joe has stuck with me, though, is because I used to read the comic books as well. That was I used to read a lot of comics as a kid. And one of the reasons why G.I. Joe sort of sunk its claws into me and remained a passion as I grew older and older was because of the comic books.
Now, let me ask you. So, you didn't have G.I. Joe. You had Action Force to begin with.
Yes.
So the Action Force comic. Now, if I remember what I heard correctly, is that when they brought over the European missions, is what they were the special missions, but I think European missions comics. That was what you guys were getting. Is that correct, or did you guys get a real American hero there?
Yeah, so it's you have to come back a little bit further. So Palitoy, the company that made Action Man. The 12-inch Action Man.
Yep.
They, in response to declining sales at the 12-inch scale, and obviously because like the Star Wars Revolution of 3.75, they created an Action Force, an Action Man kind of mini version called Action Force. So you had like the Space Force and Z Force and the SAS, but these were all kind of loosely based on like real military, UK military stuff, and their villains were the Red Shadows, were led by Baron Ironblood the Black Major and all that. And then they had a comic book there was a British like boys comic book called Battle Action Force, which was like World War II action stories and stuff.
Okay.
And in there was the more fantastical military-based story that was the Action Force storyline. Then Palatoy was bought out by Hasbro, and they started bringing over characters from G.I. Joe: Real American Hero and making them Action Force characters. I think I'm pretty sure that's the timeline. There's, right. You know, I was a young lad. I don't remember this like like I was documenting it. And so that's when Snake Eyes kind of crept into. But they were integrating them into the Action Force story, and then when Marvel Comics released a publishing wing called Marvel UK, they produced their own comics and they started creating an Action Force comic, and that was a combination of re-scripted, retexted Larry Hama Real American Hero comics and freshly written by the Marvel UK staff Action Force comics using the same characters. And those are the ones that, in fact, I've got some here. Please.
Because I remember, I actually still do have some of my original ones. But that is very fascinating because I never realized that, because I thought they were called.
Yeah. So these are 1986, 1987 originals.
I can tell because it's not bag or board.
Carefully stored in my parents' attic and then passed over to me. If I just grab issue 1. So there's issue 1. But in here you've got this first story here was written by a guy called Simon Furman. Flint is an ex-SAS guy who grew up in Hampshire. You know, they had their own little story, but then your next little chapter would be a reprint of a Larry Hama that had been taken out of the old Real American Hero. So they rebubbled, they retexted. So any reference to G.I. Joe was taken out and they put in Action Force, or they added text in if there was discussion of, you know, the biographical details. So if Flint in the comic book references growing up in wherever the OG Flint grew up in, they change it to say Hampshire or whatever, you know. So yeah, and so the comic books I were reading was like a mismatch of our own homegrown versions. So the stories I used to read were the G.I. Joe characters, but they were part of an international task force, and a lot of the storylines took place in Paris, in Berlin, in London. That's
awesome. With
the characters just ever so slightly tinkered with.
But as a kid, it doesn't matter to you. You have no idea. You don't realize.
No, I had no idea.
I thought, you know, I think it was the first time that I talked to, I think it was Shark Eyes when I did this with him, which was one of the first episodes. I thought that everyone across across the pond, other than Canada, I thought it was Action Force everywhere else. And if I remember correctly, it was him, and he was like, no, ours was G.I. Joe. Yeah. But other places, they were actually Action Force.
Yes. And that's right. Yeah.
I had no idea. And I know I looked into it a little bit. Of course, I totally forgot, but I looked into it after that because it becomes fascinating because, you know, with the internet at the tip of our fingers, we can find out anything. We didn't have that as kids. Like, to me, G.I. Joe was just G.I. Joe. They were a Real American Hero. I never thought about how it translated over anywhere else. Where as an adult, and you look at it and you realize everyone everywhere had stuff. You look at Masters of the Universe, it didn't matter, it's on a different planet. Transformers, they're just giant robots, right? It doesn't really matter where it's happening. I never really thought about mass.
Although the same thing happened with Transformers. So Marvel UK had the Transformers license, and they did the same thing. They took American Transformers comics and reprinted them in this larger UK format. I've got some of them somewhere in here, and but then they had Marvel UK writers and Marvel UK artists, and some of these are like now really famous folks. You know, they were hiring people out of 2000 AD and stuff. So you might know Grant Morrison, quite a famous writer, comic writer. He wrote like a Snake Eyes Storm Shadow story and stuff. There's even Shang-Chi storylines.
Yep, I know this.
That were then repurposed into Quick Kick storylines. And again, they took the speech bubbles out, altered the text, or slightly re-scripted the storyline to be like a Quick Kick origin story.
Yeah, and they do say Quick Kick, or one of his masters is Shang-Chi.
Yeah,
like that's in their lore. So, of course, they can't do that now because they're not owned by Marvel. But I have actually my Shang-Chi with Quick Kick. I think a lot of it is because that Marvel Legends Shang-Chi just looks better than Quick Kick.
Well, fair enough.
Looks
Yeah,
way better.
No, that's a bit harsh. I like the Quick Kick figure. I'm just
I
looking
didn't say.
in here.
I never liked the Quick Kick to begin with. But when you look at that Shang-Chi, that Marvel Legends that everyone uses as Quick Kick, when you actually look at it, you're like, that one just looks better. I'm not saying the other one looks bad. I'm just saying that one looks way better. It looks more like Quick Kick.
I know Eric. So that's Charlotte Prime, folks, to use his online pseudonym. I know that Eric used the Marvel Legends. I think it was a Marvel Legends Shang-Chi to make a custom Quick Kick before he came along.
Oh, a lot of people did. I mean, I put him in there. Tony's Figs did. I know my moderator, Matthew Matson, has. So many people have. And Matthew even said, he goes, I'm not getting Quick Kick. He goes, mine looks better. I was like, I can argue with you. I can argue. So let's get to back to what you played with as a kid. So
sure.
You just had all different types of stuff, you said.
Yeah, all different types of stuff. Yeah. I was probably about... what I would probably say is that being a wee touch younger than you, Lawrence, the things that really landed hard with me and my younger brother were Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were massive.
Okay, you were in that age range.
Yes, absolutely. And stuff like, I know it sounds weird, but like the Dick Tracy movie.
Oh wow!
And Jurassic Park, dinosaurs, getting your hands on dinosaurs. That was kind of those are stuff I really vividly remember as being sort of little young Chris, little whippersnapper Chris's kind of passion toys to try and get my hands on because I wanted to. I wanted a Bebop and Rocksteady.
Nobody has mentioned Jurassic Park, but dinosaurs. I mean, again, to me, to get kids to like something, I've always Transformers are always going to be around. How hard is it to get a kid to hey, this is a car that turns into a giant robot? Sign me up. All right, I don't care what age you are, what generation you are, but dinosaurs are the same way. Hey, here's this big giant beast, and here's a couple little figures you can eat. Oh, sign me up, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. So yeah, that was probably, as in that more conscious, that age of a higher consciousness. Those are the things I vividly remember, and Batman. The Batman cartoon and the X-Men cartoons. Huge influence on me. And in the early 90s, I collected a lot of Batman action figures and the old who made them? The old the X-Men is what was the old X-Men figures. Yeah, I had quite a few of those.
Those
the Wolverine with the punching action and stuff with his claws out. And
I can't think of it.
Maybe Toy Biz? Was it Toy Biz?
Toy Biz, that's it.
Yeah.
I swear to God, every single one of those were hand me down. Even a brand new one seemed like it was hand me down. I don't think anyone's ever actually opened a brand new one.
Right? I used to love my Gambit with his plastic coat. That was my favorite figure for a while there. Is
that the one that had the glow on? You press the back and his cards lit up.
Yeah, that might have been.
So I had one. I think I still have him. His hand was like this, and you just you plug the cards in, and then you press the little button on his back, and his cards lit up.
Yeah.
But if you looked at his hands were like this. His hand was like this. But you really couldn't see it because the way it was hidden. But then the battery died, I think, and it was super disappointing.
I had an Iceman with a big. He had a big ice surfboard, that he'd fashioned and stuff. So yeah, those are the things I vividly remember. That sort of very late 80s, early 90s stuff. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I mad on Dick Tracy when the Warren Beatty film came out, and I used to collect the those really weird, chunky Dick Tracy figures. and then loads of just Batman stuff. I was reading Batman comics, watching Batman cartoons, X-Men stuff as well, reading X-Men comics, watching the cartoons, collecting toys. Those are like real vivid.
Even though I got out of like going into middle school, after end of middle school, going into high school, I started skateboarding and I stopped collecting. I always had my GI Joe stuff, but we still always went to the toy section, and we still bought stuff from time to time. Again, as a skateboarder, especially back then, you were an outcast, so it really didn't matter. It's not like if I was buying a toy, any of my skateboarder friends were like, I can't believe you're buying that. Like, yeah, we all ride fucking skateboards, all right? Right? Like, we're already the outcasts, all right? I'm not making this any worse. But my friends were the same, they were the same way. I had one buddy that was super into Star Wars, huge Star Wars collection, and it was during a time where there was nothing Star Wars being produced. So I can remember him buying the Bendums. I don't know if anyone remembers the Bendums. They were awful. It was before the Power of the Force.
Right. Wow. Okay.
Oh, they were so bad.
I mean, even the name sounds not right, doesn't it?
They were like about this long, about this big, probably about 6 or 7 inches high, and they were in a rubber and wire Bendums.
Yeah, I could sort of picture them actually. I'm just Googling again, but I can kind of actually picture
tell what they were because you know what Darth Vader looks like or Chewbacca, but they were not good toys for sure. But at the time, that was the only.
Still pick them up pretty cheap.
Oh yeah, there's a reason for it.
If he's got gaps in his collection, it's looking like eBay's his friend.
Yeah, there's a reason why that they're no longer, why they're not worth money, why they don't make them anymore. It's one of those ones they're not going back. They're not going to go, hey, you know what we need to do? A retro Bendum. So it sounds like you kind of had a whole bunch of different things. You didn't have one love at all. Where you said you had you had Motu.
Yep.
You had Transformers. You said you really liked Mask, huh?
Yes, yeah. We definitely played with a lot of Masks, me and my brother. See, what we used to do, we had in the house we lived in on the second floor, we had a long corridor, and my bedroom was at one end of the corridor, and my brother's bedroom was the other. We used to get like all our bedded off the beds, duvets, and all that, just mash them up into the corners, and then use Lego to make battlements or whatever things our imagination would allow us. We'd just divvy up the toys and create you'd be the bad guys today, I'll be the good guys. And you just have an army of mixed stuff. You know what I mean? I'd have, Darth Vader fighting alongside Cobra Commander, fighting alongside, what's his face? The dude with the helicopter from Mask. And I just mash it all together. We didn't care. It was just a toy box full of...
So scale didn't matter. Scale didn't matter to you.
No, just smashed it all together, made these crazy, elaborate, bases for them.
Oh.
And then we'd throw the cars down, wheel them down the corridor, smash them into each other in the middle. Or if we got a rare sunny day, which we don't get very often here in Manchester, but if it was dry enough and sunny enough for us to go in the garden, we'd be doing stuff in the garden with our figures. My dad used to, like everybody else, like murder GI Joes by running the mower over them, and you'd have legless figures all over the place and stuff. And we. Because we'd leave them buried under the grass and things, you know what I mean, or make trenches for them, and you'd have Man of War stood next to Duke, and they'd both lose their heads when my dad cut the grass. You know what I mean? Because we never reclaimed them from the garden.
Oh my god! There are people right now that are just cringing.
Yeah, you'd hear him in the garden be like, "Fucking hell!" Jammed up my mower again.
But I've told the story, so like when I saw G.I. Joe, that was it. Like I was lost. Like that's all I cared about. And I had Star Wars figures. I only had a couple of vehicles, but once G.I. Joe came along, I didn't care about the other stuff. Well, I found in my bedroom, my windows went up and down, right? They didn't go side to side, they went up and down. I found that if I put a Star Wars figure on the windowsill and probably took all of my 50 pounds of my body, and I lifted up the window and I grabbed it and I slammed it down as hard as I could, that it would decapitate them. And the head would bounce against the screen in the window a couple times, and I would count it to get like 3 different. Every
Like
single Star
Robespierre.
Wars, every single Star Wars figure, obviously, other than like the stormtroopers, which you couldn't do it because they were all one mold. I decapitated every single one of them. GI Joe, I would put it there, and it would always be like his. And now you look back at those. You look back at those, and you're like, hey, oh, look how much is that Han Solo? Oh my god.
Oh yeah. That's it. You can't live like that though. You know what I mean? I've seen plenty of stuff around and about, thinking, God, if I'd have kept that or hadn't destroyed it, or
What?
yeah.
I always say, like, I remember being at Toys R Us and getting a GI Joe figure, and they were $269, and my dad going, hey, you know, you can get 3 of these figures or 1 of those, and they were Star Wars. I'm like, I don't want 3 of those. And I just remember end caps where they were all $1, and I'm like, if my dad just would have bought the whole end cap, just pack it, just put them in bins, and was like,
Yeah.
here you go. In 40 years, you can open this and do whatever you want with it. Oh, we'd be rich. I mean, we'd be rich.
All my stuff.
And anyone could have, because they just sat there like no one was buying Star Wars stuff. You know, they were just, they couldn't give them away at that time.
Yeah, all my stuff I had went, got given away as I got older, or moved out of home. They all got given away. My mum was just like, "Oh, there's a school fundraiser. Here's some toys you can sell." Just gone. And
you didn't think about it because
no.
I mean, there were collectors back then, but no one really realized what collecting was eventually going to become. And I said, like, I don't know what happened to all my other toys. I know my dad didn't get rid of them, unless if I said, okay. G.I. Joe was the only thing I said, you cannot get rid of that stuff. But I don't remember him ever getting rid of my Transformers, He-Man stuff. And I had a bunch of it. So I don't know what happened to it. But all the G.I. Joe stuff traveled with me. Like, it stayed with my dad. And when I moved in with the girl, some of it came over. But it always stayed somewhere where I'm like, this stuff you cannot give away. And of course, over the years, some things get lost and some things got broken. And, I still don't even know how. I know my Rattler was pretty beat up, but I have no idea what happened to the shell of it. Like, somewhere it went away. Somewhere I must have thrown it away and been like
in a landfill somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. But the flag, the Terradrome, the headquarters, Mueller, all that stuff. It has traveled in boxes. I mean, now it's all out of boxes in a room. I'd say collecting dust, which it is, but it is somewhat displayed because as I get another classified and I have to do a review, I'm running downstairs to get it. And if there's 5, classifieds coming out and there's 4, I have 4 O-rings, I'm going to take them. The problem is that I don't end up putting them right back. So next thing I know, I have a pile of them sitting on the aircraft.
Mountain of, yeah.
And I'm like, oh, it's like, I'll get to this. And then you're like, oh, that's so daunting. I don't even want to think about it.
Little and often, Lawrence. You've got to do it little and often.
No, and that's exactly what that's because I always like to do a toy room. I put up 2 new shelves, so it made it much smaller. But I'm like, no one goes in here other than when I go in here to look at the toys.
Sure.
And it's only 118 stuff. So I'm repositioning the aircraft carrier, so it's like right down the middle. Again, that thing is so damn big that the room is small, but now I put 2 shelves on it, shrunk the room. But I'm like, it doesn't matter as long as I have an aisle to walk down and look at everything and pose everything. That's all that really matters because that's what this room is technically for.
Yeah, that's your fortress of solitude, man. That's
it's one of them. The rest is the house where I display everything else.
I can't. I've got this little shoebox in the corner of the house here, my little man cave.
This is what happens. What happens when you're single and you can.
Sure.
You can decorate the way you want. Like right now,
that sounds very appealing. Yeah.
Yeah, the dragonfly is sitting on the kitchen table.
Great. I've got a few movie kind of related action figures hanging around where the Blu-rays are and stuff in the living room, the DVD collection of that, because I can kind of just about get away with that, but everything else.
So you need to start like slowly putting 1 or 2 figures in a spot, and then it just starts growing. They start multiplying like the gremlins, right?
And then I would be single and decorating however I please.
And then your significant other's like, I realized that corner there and that shelf that they started growing. I don't know what you're talking about. Those have always been there.
They were always there. Yeah.
I remember you being like, you should have that spot so you can put stuff. You don't remember that?
Yeah.
Next thing I know,
Yeah.
here comes True Mr. Six knocking at my door. What
Yeah.
are you
Yeah.
doing here? I need somewhere to live, and this is your
Can I
fault.
use your sofa? Yeah. With a sleeping bag and a laptop and a bag of toys.
All right. So now, I'm not sure exactly where you're at. Do you have elementary school, middle school, and high school? Is that how yours goes?
Yes. Yeah. So we have what's called primary school, which
Okay.
would be the equivalent to your elementary, I think, and middle school. Primary school takes you up to 11, and then secondary school, which is 11 plus. And then at 16, you can go on to do what's called A levels or apprenticeship or something.
Wait, how many grades do you have?
So the UK education system, as it stands now, is you go to school, primary school at 3 or 4, and then you go all the way through to 16.
Oh wow!
And then at 16, you can go on, continue in education, or go on to do, go into employment or do an apprenticeship or whatever.
All right. So, was there a time that you start fading out of playing with toys and maybe moving on to other things? Because for us, it seems in middle school, because we have grades, kindergarten through 5th grade. That's when everyone's playing with toys. You go to your middle school, which is 6 through 8, and this is when everyone starts. No one's playing with toys, but later on in life, you realize, oh, we were all playing with toys, just none of us wanted to admit it.
Nobody's talking about it.
Yeah, high school is where they all get put away. But I know people like action figs. My moderator Ed, he's never stopped collecting. He's always been collecting. Did you ever stop collecting? Move into other things like comic books? I feel like a lot of people, comics, get easier to hide. And if someone catches, like, hey, I just like reading these. They're stories.
Yeah, so at school I was always the nerdy kid. I'd probably say the action figure stuff died down for a period of time when I've always collected comics. That's since I was 3-4 years old. Comics have been in my life, and that never stopped. Continued that all the way through to today. I still buy and read comics now. But when I started gaming, collectible card games, I went big into your Magic the Gatherings of the world and stuff. So it was the little bits of cardboard crack for me in the 90s.
And now you would have been still in school at that time, correct?
Yeah.
So
about around 1994 was when Magic the Gathering hit. So yeah.
Okay, so that's the year I graduated. I was actually just talking about it, I think, on the last episode, which would be 2 episodes ago, with Joe G. About I had a buddy. He really got into Magic the Gathering, and I could not have been more bored in my life when he tried teaching me how to play it. Like, I could play Dungeons and Dragons and enjoy it, but there was no way that I was going to go like Magic the Gathering. Like, you know what? I'm just going to leave. You guys, I look at cards and I'm like, dude, this is awful. But he loved it.
Hey, all of them. Yeah, I was playing loads. So Magic the Gathering, and then I played. There was a company called Decipher that did a Star Wars collectible card game. Played that really heavily for many years.
I had a lot of the Star Wars.
We tried everything out. Any card game. X-Files. Spellfire. Oh, good. Yeah. And I also collected non-gaming trading cards as well. Like your 90s kind of Marvel Comics, your Ultra Pro trading cards and things.
No, that's kind of odd. Someone else.
And then.
Other people brought up the Marvel card. I never thought about it, and they're like baseball cards. And I remember collecting baseball
exactly
cards in the baseball sticker books, which I think is just so much. You would have no idea probably what the baseball stick. There used to be like these. There were books, and then
Panini.
Yes.
Yeah. We had those, although not baseball. That was less popular with us.
But they were stickers, and you would peel them on into the book. And of course, 1984, when the Detroit Tigers, won the World Series, and I just remember and you'd be so disappointed. You'd have one team that was missing one card or one sticker, and of course you'd never find it. It wasn't eBay.
No, yeah, but football teams used to have sticker books for the football teams and things.
Yeah, I didn't even think about. Like I said, it's those little things that you don't think about how other people would, what they would see. But I would assume, yeah, for your football, um, yeah, it's the same thing. Because back at that
Yeah.
time in the 80s, baseball was America's pastime. It is not
Yes.
anymore. It is now America's pastime. It is our football. It is the NFL that is by far the. I mean, it's not even close. It's sad that it's not even close.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, over here we know about the the Super Bowl halftime show, but I couldn't even name a baseball team now. Oh, I could actually. The Red Sox. They're a baseball team, aren't they?
Yes, the Yankees.
Have you still got me, Lawrence? I feel like the signal's gone a bit squiffy on it.
It has been. It's been definitely breaking up. I'm not sure if it's on your end or my end. You still there?
It could very well be my end. Yeah, I'm still here. You got me.
All right.
My family's in the living room watching a movie on Netflix, which may be what's causing a bit of the disruption.
Yeah. You've been fuzzy, but I didn't hear nothing broke down in the sound, so hopefully we'll.
Okay.
But right now, you kind of look like the Mike Tyson fight from last night, which would have been like 2 weeks ago now. People watching. It was so bad. You can watch.
I didn't watch it. I did.
Oh, it was.
I wasn't interested at all, man. Just no interest in it at all.
They were not prepared for that traffic. We'll just say that they were not prepared for the traffic. But anyway, so going through like the end of your schooling, you're collecting comic books. Is there anything else you got into, like highly into music? I say
yeah, I'm a music fan. Yeah, I'm a music fan here. Into my teenage years. Over here in the UK, you sort of your Britpop guitar bands, your indie guitar bands were big through the mid '90s. So I listened to a lot of music, and then went backwards. I'm probably what you'd call a classic rock guy. But yeah, I've kind of just sort of spun the plates and taken an interest in a broad range of kind of pop culture type things.
There, you kind of broke up. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, Lawrence. So I keep losing you. Yeah, you might have to go in and do a bit of editing. Bless you.
I don't do that.
So the question was, just throw it out. Whatever. Chris looks like Minecraft. Yeah. So here in the UK, in the mid '90s, the guitar. There was a big guitar band kind of renaissance, all your kind of British indie stuff. So big into music and a classic rock guy. I listen to a lot of like the old school.
So you're into like classic rock or whatever, but not like a genre like punk music or rap or anything like that, where it just becomes like I've said before, like as a punk, it's really creates an identity for you. I don't know if like rock, I know rap can be the same way. And for me, like I was like a skateboarder, a punk rocker, was still on to this day. Probably why I'm single. But nothing like you still you were doing your gaming, doing your. Like, did you get into video games or just regular board games?
Yeah, a little bit, but I wouldn't say I was a huge video gamer. I was just, I had a SNES and I had a GameCube. What was the one between them? The N64. Played a bit of Nintendo, but very casual, like
Okay.
bit of GoldenEye with my mates. A bit of Halo, just super chill. I wouldn't call myself a hardcore.
Okay.
In any way.
But big into your like Magic and everything like that. So.
Yeah. Playing tabletop card games and board games, those types of things were a big part of my life for a period of time there.
So as you get to the point where you graduate, did you go on to, I think you guys call it university? Am I correct, or is it college?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. So did you go off? Or did you go
So
right
if you say so if you say college over here, you'd be referring to the where you would go sort of from 16 to 18, and then you go to
Okay.
university at 18. But yeah, I went to university, got myself a degree. That's probably the time I would say I started collecting again, because I used to have my own student digs. I used to have a room in a house share with a couple of other young lads, and I used kind of action figures as decoratively, as decorations. That's where the collecting started again, because I was using them to personalize my room.
Yeah. Now, what did you go to school for? Like, what did you go to college or university for?
I have a degree in English literature.
Okay. Now, is that what you do today?
I read books. No.
So
No.
So you went to university.
Frankly, the most worthless degree you could ever acquire, really, to be honest. I don't think. Well, I am quite bookish. I do a lot of reading. But yeah, frankly, not a degree that I've made any kind of use of in terms of my professional career or anything. Not relevant at all.
I love how you're like, no, not at all. So
yeah.
So I'm assuming you graduated with a degree, all right?
Yes.
But you said you got into collecting again. Like, what did you start? Like, what gravitated you to start collecting, and what did you start picking up?
Yeah, so I think it was, as I said before, just about kind of wanting to personalize my space, my own space, setting out into the world, not at my parents' house anymore. And the stuff I was buying was McFarlane toys. I was big into the movie Akira, so I bought a load of the old McFarlane toys, the motorbike and stuff, to decorate my room. So got some comic books, bits and bobs, so some Batmans and some X-Men again, just to put in front of my graphic. It was generally about just kind of personalizing my own space in that flat share I was in. In fact, I've still got the Akira stuff, a lot of the Akira stuff now.
Oh wow, I know. I remember the McFarlane stuff, and I just remember I didn't even know what Spawn. I mean, I guess I got to figure out what Spawn was. I just thought it was so awesome sculpted, but you weren't looking at articulation.
Yes.
I still have the first Spawn that I bought, and I also have the hamburger head Spawn that's actually still packaged. Not very nice because it's in the plastic packaging that starts to crack, and I mentioned it how it just slices up your hand anytime you try to open that. Your hand comes out, it's all sliced up.
Lethal weapon, yeah.
You gotta go to the ER and have it stop stitched up.
This collection is literally made out of my blood, sweat, and tears.
So you still have that stuff. So how deep did you start going into it? Or was it just hey, I'm gonna pick up some stuff that I enjoy?
Yeah, it was much more about like, I've got a bit of shelf space here. I want to just pop some stuff on the shelf, but bring a bit of color to my space. So I just pick up things I like the look of. It wasn't there wasn't a particular line or anything that I dived deep into. It was just about what's going to look nice here, and reflective of things, of passions and interests that I was into at the time. So I've got some Mezco. Reservoir Dogs figures because in the mid-90s, big movie, so I picked up a couple of them because I thought it'd be cool to have a Mr. Blonde and a Mr. White and a Mr. Orange on my shelf. It was just moving with what I thought was cool.
Wow, Mezco! I found out about Mezco in the past recent years, so I can't.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Those got to be
Mezco.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying. I just found out. I collected G.I. Joe. I did not know anything about the industry, what cesspool it can be. I'm not gonna lie. Again, I know the cesspool that this toy collecting can be. But all right. So, are you still You collected comics the whole time? You were reading comics.
Yeah.
Now, do you keep all your comics?
No. Well,
Okay.
I've kept a small selection of one I'm particularly passionate about, but one of the things I've said before on my own channel is that I will quite happily just burn a collection to the ground, sell it on, and just move to something else that's caught my interest.
Oh, you're one of those
So,
collectors. Like
oh
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
you can get rid of something and just start all over.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mentioned about Magic the Gathering before. All those old Magic the Gathering cards that I had in the 90s, gone, sold them on to a collector or some players. I just don't need these anymore. I'm not playing, pass it along. So I could just burn a collection to the ground and start again. So I did the same with comic books. If I got bored with the line or I felt like the collection was getting a little too overwhelming for me to manage and organize, I just get rid of it. So I've kept a small selection of stuff that I'm particularly passionate about. There's some things from the 90s. I've still got some of my old Jim Lee X-Men comic books because I just couldn't let them go. I've got some like Batman Nightfall. I've got all the Death of Superman stuff from the 90s, those big storylines that
I love Nightfall. I loved Nightfall.
I've kept some foil cover stuff because I'm a nerd for novelty comic book covers. But yeah, I just move with my whims.
So it sounds to me
I'm
more
not
like
beholden to anything.
It sounds to me like it's the actual bug of collecting more than nostalgia for you.
Yeah, although the nostalgia does inform what catches my eye, So like G.I. Joe Classified right now is the kind of passion I'm feeling for that is definitely, it's turned my head and caught my eye, and the passion for that is because there's that nostalgic element to it all. But yeah, I'll happily go. No, I'm bored of that now. Moving on. In fact,
I'm sorry.
Say again, mate.
Oh, I have a buddy that he likes to, like, he will buy stuff and he'll sell the collection. He's like, for me, it's about the find. It's about finding it in stores, not on BBTS or Entertainment Earth. Like, he wants to find it in stores. Like, that's what gets him. And then he goes, I just sell everything off. I'm like, that is crazy.
Yeah, it's not so much about the chase for me as it is just about what I'm feeling passionate and energized by. Okay. So if I cease feeling passionate or energized by something, then I'll move on. So I'm still very passionate about some of the movies that I love from the 90s. So I've kept those figures. I've still got some of those old McFarlane figures from back in the day because I'll never let them go because I've got some old Vertigo Comics, DC Direct stuff that I'll never get rid of because I'm just passionate about the characters, passionate about the comic books. I've got my old Garth Ennis Preacher figure and stuff. But just been talking to McFarlane, like DC Multiverse, I've become very salty about that, very bored with the line, very unhappy with the way that the line is. So I'm at this moment in time thinking, do I just sell them on, get rid of them? They're not feeding my passion. I don't feel like I want to put them out on these little shelves up here. So why have I got them?
No, like, I know for me, I have it way harder than that because I'm that guy that when I don't have a huge house and my collection is growing, and oddly enough, especially after getting the Dragonfly, it doesn't look like it's going to get smaller. So I sell things off, but to me, it's hard for me to sell because I don't usually buy things because it's what's cool at the time. They're not saying that's what you do, but most of the stuff I buy is because I liked what I saw and I wanted to get it. So when it's like I really need to sell something, but when I go to sell it, I'm looking at it like I really like this. I bought this because I liked it, not so much of just how I was feeling at the time. Which I understand what you're saying. You're like, hey, I have this passion for something right now, and then as you kind of move on, and then a lot of times the selling the thing is one of those, like, it's more of a hassle to put it on eBay and sell.
Well, that's true, yeah. And don't get me wrong, there are things that I'm filled with regret over. There are things that I've sold on, and I think, oh no, I kind of wish I'd kept that because now I'm reinterested in it again. That passion's something else has come along to reignite that passion. But I don't, whatever. I say I regret it, but you got to just move on, haven't you? Live with no regrets.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's about, I don't know, like, I'll always love my DC comic book characters, particularly the ones from the books I read in the 90s. But the McFarlane toys at the minute, they're hard to get hold of over here.
Really?
I'm not. Really difficult to get hold of over here,
wow.
man. McFarlane toys shipping into Europe is atrociously bad, and so it's always a mud fight to get hold of popular characters. I'm not even sure they're that good of quality at the minute. I think it's declined a great deal. The folks are going, oh, look, he's got soft goods cape, so he's obviously evolving and moving forward, but they're not. The articulations, bobbins, and that.
No,
and I've got
it's not involving at all.
Yeah, exactly. And I've got these little. This is my sort of display area. I've got some spice racks out where I have all my figures in some boxes down here. And what I'll do is every couple of weekends, kids are out. I've got a quiet Saturday to myself. Right, do you know what? I'm going to change my displays, and I'll have a little man-child play session, and I'll switch them out, and I'll go right. GI Joe's coming down for a little bit. Let's put some Marvel Legends up, or whatever takes my fancy from these random boxes. Get my Jada Street Fighter out or something. And I'm finding that my McFarlane DC figures, that box is just staying closed. I'm going, no, I can't be asked putting them out. I don't like the way they look. And if I'm saying that, then what's the point of just having them sitting in a box?
No, I don't. I get that. Like, yeah, I fully get that.
I might as well get them in the hands of someone who will get some pleasure from them, you know?
Yeah, and I love your attitude that it's like, just because I don't like them doesn't mean they're not good figures or someone else doesn't love them. They're just not for me. They're not anything that I want to, display. Because I don't think McFarlane's hit or miss on what they look like. But, like, good luck trying to stand up. You don't see many people. I don't see no one, because someone will be like, I do it. You don't see many people doing photography with McFarlane.
No, well, I think there is a little pocket of folks,
but not I definitely see. Not like Classified in Marvel Legends.
No, I think that's fair to say. I don't. Certainly, it doesn't hit my Instagram feed or whatever as frequently.
Try and get those figures in like you cannot get most of the McFarlane figures in like actual fighting poses in like real big displays. Like you can't do these amazing action shots for the most part. I know there are some people that can. Just like Super 7 Ultimates. Like, good luck. It just isn't happening.
Yeah, they're much more display pieces. Certainly when I've reviewed multiverse figures, I often say that these are actually statuesque with some action figure kind of articulation, because it's about the sculpt for Todd. It's all about the sculpt and the. I'd love to see that kind of meeting in the middle where you'd get certainly with DC. I mean, the 7 inch is a bit annoying as well. I prefer 6 inch, but some of that sculpting depth that goes into those DC multiverse figures, but with just that extra little, like with a bit of GI Joe Classified esque articulation, it would just be the perfect line for me.
Who doesn't want, first off, a 6 inch Batman that has the same articulation as some of these Spider-Man figures?
Yeah,
I mean that's how he is. I mean, you want him to be in crouching positions and fighting positions. Red Hood, Nightwing.
Nightwing.
All these figures, like you want them. I mean, he's a gymnast, so
absolutely.
And then you see someone like Jada Toys who comes out and is just like, boom, here you go. We knocked it out of the park. And you're going, well, why can you do this, but other companies can't for $25?
I'll tell you what's interesting about Jada Toys as well. Well, I don't know about you guys over there, but it is different for you guys over there. But we've got a couple of high street toy chains, the Entertainer and Smith's Toys, and oftentimes your kind of adult collectible figures don't make it into these stores. Unless they're so Marvel Legends, you see, but it's always the MCU tie-in figures.
Yeah.
For example. Or you'll see some Star Wars Black Series, but it'll just be the latest ones attached to the Disney Plus show or whatever. So you don't tend to see that. But Jada Toys are turning up on the shelves of our high street toy stores, which does not happen over here at all. I largely have to do most of my buying from specialist independent retailers or comic book shops that sell toys too, like Forbidden Planet. You don't see that over here. But Jada Toys, their Street Fighter line is on the shelf, and it's next to the Mario stuff, and it's next to the Pokemon stuff. It's there, which is a very unique thing to happen here in the United Kingdom.
And it's great. I mean, again, first off, the figures are awesome, but
oh yeah, they're brilliant.
Street Fighter is a game that has survived the test of time.
Yes.
And I don't think it's evolved all that much. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't play it. My friends absolutely fell in love with it. But the game it's a two-person fighter. It's just, I mean, and the figures still look the same for the most part, the characters. And the fact that they did this, like you look at Chun-Li, that's Chun-Li. You know that's Chun-Li.
Brilliant.
You
Yeah,
know,
brilliant.
again, and I don't think they realized it was going to be that hot. But not only do they make amazing looking figures for a line of or a video game that people love, they made great figures. It wasn't like, imagine if like McFarlane would have gotten it. People would have been like, "Oh, cool, I like Street Fighter. Hey, there's a Ken." Every toy collector is buying a Street Fighter figure just to see what it's like. And then people like myself who have no connection to it are like, I need this. I need every single one of these.
Yeah, but that's a great example. That's a great Jada Toy Street Fighter line at the minute is a great example of kind of what I was talking about before. So there's a bit of nostalgia influencing that. You know, I said I used to have a Super Nintendo. Me and my brother used to play Street Fighter. Again, I wouldn't say I was a Street Fighter whiz or anything, but we had, you know, I have warm nostalgic memories of playing Street Fighter 2. And carrying on until the days I was in those student digs and a house full of lads, you know, we'd play two-player games like that. But then also as an action figure collector, you want to take a look at them because you're hearing, I mean, what they've done at that price range is just mind-boggling. And then I'm seeing it in high street stores as well.
Yeah, and nobody's complaining about it. Again, I don't know how much they are there. They're $25 here, which is the price of a classified figure. They each have an extra set of hands. They all have an extra head. And every one of them comes with some sort of effect.
A power effect,
Yeah. Now, it's not a lot. Like, it's not like they're giving you a whole bunch, but they're saying, hey, here are some things for you. And I keep saying this about Marvel Legends, all the 6-inch lines. G.I. Joe, obviously, they own the property. They're giving a whole bunch of stuff. That's great. But, you know, Marvel Legends, start giving little books just so you can create a library. You know, just little things that all you're going to do is repaint them. You're going to kind of throw them in there and you start world building rather than, hey, here's a female figure, which is a smaller buck. So there's less plastic and she has 2 fists. And you're going, wow, like that's good, but that's not really worth.
And that weird rubbery energy effect that nobody fucking likes anyway.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like it's made properly to actually stick on and stay on properly. It's always dangling and like flopping.
It's like what doesn't even look like anything's happening, does it?
Yeah.
That Punisher Bushwhacker wasn't too bad, but
no.
What I'm not a fan of is that waist articulation. I don't like the way the waist is cut. Did you know?
What's wrong with it?
The Marvel Legends, they have the waist cuts like this sheer cut across the middle, isn't it? Whereas on your G.I. Joes, it's the ball joint.
Oh, you know what? I don't have enough that I never really paid attention to that.
Yeah, it is a bit better. So the Punisher himself has got they're doing a book now with the barbell joint and the ab crunch, which looks nicer in general.
I never paid attention to the G.I. Joe is like that. And I'm just looking at a Wolverine that I have right here. Now I see exactly what you're saying.
It's a ball joint on the G.I. Joe. So so when you turn it, you're not doing that. And it particularly frustrated me with like I picked up the Sabretooth 2-pack, because that big hulking Sabretooth, it does look really great. But as soon as you swivel him to be doing like a bit of a about to kill Wolverine kind of thing, that cut in the middle makes Bushwhacker out right now. Just makes it look immediately breaks the. And when I'm trying to take a picture with it, you're in the uncanny valley then, aren't you? You know.
Yeah.
So that's my problem with Marvel Legends. So what we need is G.I. Joe Classified or Jada Toys articulation on everything. I mean, I don't want much, Lawrence. I don't want much. I just want every toy manufacturer to make their toys in 6-inch with a ball joint waist. Is that too much to ask? I don't think it is.
Clearly it is. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Let's go back a little. So after
Oh,
you
sorry. Yeah, I
graduate.
keep taking you down weird little.
No, don't worry. Like that's listen. If someone's watching this and like, I'm not gonna watch you again because of that, then you probably never watched anything that I've done. All right. So after you graduated college, you go into the workforce.
Yeah.
Did you pursue your degree at all, or did it instantly change from there?
Nah, man, no, just my degree has proven completely useless. So I graduated and I went into retail, became a mobile phone salesman, or a cell phone, you'd call it, cell phone salesman, and then worked my way up through the ranks with a mobile phone company here in the UK. Sold phones, was pretty good at that, had the gift of the gab, made good commissions, so I became an assistant manager, and then I became a retail manager, and then became an area manager, and then I went into the training department, started training the next batch of salespeople, and that's I built a career out in the public sector, private sector. So didn't other than the fact, I suppose, that my degree taught me to critically think and made me a capable reader, so I could read some good books and go, well, what's some good sales techniques I can use to make good commissions? Okay. Didn't use my degree at all.
So is that what
However, I did meet my wife at university, so we can't.
Okay.
we can't look too negatively on it.
So are you still in that same field of sales and everything?
No.
Okay.
No. I work for a university now. Still, come to university and get a degree, kids, just because I now work in that sector and it keeps me in a job. But remember that your degree is not a golden key to a career.
So, all right, we're gonna go back to where you met your wife and having kids and everything. But so, what do you do? So, what do you do now?
I teach management. I lecture management skills. And I'm working I'm human resources, basically. I'm HR or personnel, you would call it in the US. I think you call it.
We call it HR.
Oh, you call it HR, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So you said you met your wife in what we call college. You call university.
Yes. Yeah. So there was when I moved into halls of residence, like you guys, you have a male dorm and a female dorm in your first year, and there was a female dorm next to our male dorm. We got friendly with the girls. We'd go on nights out, we'd do social events, whatever. My wife was living there, and like it does, romance blossoms. And now she can't get rid of me. She's locked in because we've got a mortgage and kids and stuff, and that's the end of that. So she built me a room, basically on the corner of the house. We converted the garage into this room, and I live in here now, and she has the rest of the house.
You know the house you're paying for? You're going to have the garage in the corner. You can't have the whole thing. Yeah. You can have part of it.
Yeah. Yeah. She said, I'll get some builders in and we'll put we'll insulate the walls and put a radiator there for you, and you can have a window. I've got a window, but.
All right. So you meet her.
Yeah.
You're collecting at this time, correct?
Yeah.
Now, how did she take to that? Did that ever bother her? Is she a collector? Does she?
No. Our interests, in that sense, our interests differ a great deal. I think that's the key to success. You got to have your own thing, haven't you?
Agree completely.
And just be dead chill about your own thing. So, in a classic kind of Paula Abdul opposites attract kind of situation, I'm a bookish computer guy who collects action figures, reads comic books, fills ring binders full of trading cards, and never leaves the house. My wife is a volunteer with the Scouting with skill guiding. She camps, she walks, she loves socializing, she goes out. Yeah, very different in that respect. However, I was very openly a nerd when she met me. There was I didn't spring it on her. I was upfront about it during the courtship.
So none of this ever bothered her, though. Like nothing with toys, collecting.
No.
And she's never thought you maybe went too far into it. And I think maybe because you said you get rid of your stuff, so you do have a cash. you can kind of have a cash flow coming back in. So like, hey, look at this.
Yeah. No, she's never had an issue with that, and I've never been I've never been the type of guy to run up big bills with it. If I can't afford it, I can't afford it. So that never been an issue. It has more been just about, can you just move all your weird shit into your own room, please? Because I just don't like it. It doesn't meet the aesthetic that I'm going for in terms of our home decor. So you can have that room, put all your shit in there. And, Oh, and by the way, when you're playing your guitar, go in there too, because you're annoying and you're actually really bad. So here's your shoebox in the corner of the house. You go in there, and I'll have the rest of the house, and I'll put my walking boots on and go for my lovely walks with my friends, and you can just do whatever the weird shit is you're doing in there with your computer.
I love it. I did. Oh my God, I absolutely love it. So, you guys have kids together, correct?
We do, yeah.
Do you mind me asking how many and what ages?
Yeah, I got 2, a boy and a girl, 13 and 11. So
how are they? Like, do they collect anything? Do they think any of it's cool? Or
no, they find it very hard to explain to their friends. No, it's my son is a very typical child of this generation. It's all digital, it's all virtual for him. So he is a gamer. He plays Fortnite and FIFA, FC 24 to death. He's all about his Xbox, all about his iPad. That's the world that he exists in. However, he takes an interest, a passing interest in what I do. Probably less about the collecting. We did a lot of Lego together when he was younger. That was a kind of father-son bonding activity. But his level of interest is the fact that I've got a YouTube channel and I've got subscribers, and that's got a little bit of cachet with him. But he could take or leave. The gaming, they play board games with me.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they do play board games with me. So we've definitely, after dinner on a Saturday or a Sunday, maybe cracked a board game out and done some gaming together. But the action figure collecting, they're less interested in. And my daughter's just a very typical teenage girl. It's this is a very difficult thing for her to explain to her friends.
I mean, my daughter, she collects Stitch, like from Lilo and Stitch.
Oh, sure, yeah.
She collects Funko Pops. She'll go to the toy store with me. She really does, and she has no shame at all. Like, she has no problem admitting, I collect Stitch stuff. And I've been here when some of her friends will come over and they're like, I didn't really know you like Stitch. And she's like, I've told you. And they're like, I know, but I didn't realize. It's like, yeah, it's pretty bad. But she has all these Funko Pops. She has G.I. Joe ones. But when she picks out a series, she likes to get the series. Now, she really hasn't collected recently. But there was the Baroness, Storm Shadow. She wanted those. I think it was 4 or 5. She wanted those ones. She didn't care about the other ones, but she wanted those ones because it was part of that little collection. There've been a few other Disney stuff that she wanted, but if it's Stitch, she wants Stitch. And for a while, you couldn't find any Stitch stuff. Now you cannot not find it. It's kind of like I told you about my old friend. He liked Star Wars. There was nothing. Now it's all over. You can't go to a store and not find 100 Stitch things now.
Oh, really? Okay. I've never noticed, but that's only because I wouldn't be looking, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah. But
my daughter is so she's what you were broadly she's a theatre kid. She's a theatre nerd. She does the school plays, and she goes to dance lessons and stuff. So her interests, if anything, she's collecting ticket stubs and programs. That's kind of where she's at.
Does she collect
so
them?
Yeah, I wouldn't say she does.
Okay. I just was wondering.
She has a shelf where she puts them and then never looks at them again, I suppose. But that's her interest. I suppose she's inherited the musicality, interest in music. Then, unless so, I wouldn't say she's embarrassed by it. She'll happily. She's had friends around the house and they've been in this room and gone, oh wow, holy shit. I think they're a bit perplexed by it. How old are you again? But yeah, she's a theatre kid. That's her passion.
See, my son, he's an introvert, so he's just. He's 18. He's just kind of starting to bring friends around because he's in college. and he'll be like I'll see his friends, and they're just like kind of looking at the stuff, like, wow, this is pretty cool. Because my stuff's all over. Like the G.I.
Yeah.
Joe collection, it is. You walk in my house, it's a living room, and there's shelves of classified. It's in front of the TV. I don't have any room for it, but it's my house. I don't have to.
Yeah.
I don't have to justify it, and it's not like it's just thrown all over. My house is kind of messy in some ways, but it's not dirty. So like
No.
if you looked at the figure, you might, or you wouldn't look at it, like you would know. But like if you walked in and didn't know, you just see a whole bunch of figures, but not realize like they're all stationed in the scenes that I want them. Same with in front of the TV. There's just a lot of it. There's a lot of it. It's some might say it's a problem. Like I still don't know where I'm going to put the dragonfly.
Well, I think
that Robo Skull, and then the Rattler.
Oh, you've got the. Has the Robo Skull even shipped? Will it ever ship?
It is. It's going. They said they're expecting it. Well, the last thing that I got, they were expecting it to hit New Jersey or New Jersey,
right.
New York on the 15th. So yesterday.
Oh, okay.
So
I quite fancied a couple of the 6-inch figures caught my eye. I didn't really want a Robo Skull, but a couple of the 6-inch figures caught my eye. But the shipping, you can only get them directly from what are they called? What's the name of the company?
Not Robo Skeletron.
Skeletron, that's it. Yeah, you can only get them directly from Skeletron, and the shipping cost is just
okay. So I backed it. I backed the Robo Skull special edition, and I actually liked the regular Robo Skull better, but the special edition, there was the only time that you could get it, and I was like, well, if I end up not liking it, the special edition is going to be the one probably worth more money. And
sure. Yeah.
I mean, I backed it 3 years ago, and I think
it's been a
I think it's like 3 years ago or whatever. I said that if I would have known Classified was coming out with as much stuff as they are, if G.I. Joe was going to have this much six, I would never have backed it. With that said, when I saw it at Joe Fest, like what the final was going to look like, I was like, thank God I backed this thing because it is beautiful. Now,
yeah. Well, so the Robo Skull, Lawrence, is that's a Red Shadow. That's from Action Force. That's from the British line.
Yep. And the other thing that I really liked about it was they're giving you a compartment so you can take the seats out. So it can either be a one-person 6-inch figures or a back-to-back like the Snow Speeder for 4-inch figures.
Yes, I heard that. Yeah, I know guys who are waiting for it.
So for me, I was like, I could put it, going against, the flag, or I could use it. And the thing that sold me was Destro being in it. Destro being in it sold me on it. With that said, I didn't know there'd be a Dragonfly or his tank or Vamp or Stinger or Red.
Have you gone in on the Rattler? Yeah, have you gone in on the Rattler?
Yeah, I backed it.
That thing looks big. See, I don't do HasLabs, and that really is just a decision around space. Just have not got the place to put them.
So I just got the Dragonfly this week. It's like an inch, maybe an inch longer than what the Rattler is going to be.
Right.
But the Rattler is almost as wide with the wingspan.
With the wingspan.
Yeah. And people keep wanting bigger things, and I'm like, I know people have bigger homes than me, but you still run out of space. Yeah. And I think this is the whole thing that the whole G.I. Joe team was worried about. They looked at that TIE Fighter, that Snow Speeder that didn't sell. If you've ever seen that TIE Fighter in person, the Black Series, it is huge.
No, I've never seen it in real life.
My buddy has one. It is so big. And he really has no place to put it. So the Rattler is, they made it so the wings fold up. That's nice. It still takes up a lot of space because you can't change how long it is. Giving it a nice display, awesome. I've said, hey, you can always hang it from. What's nice about a flying vehicle is you can hang it from the ceiling. I don't know how well I would feel hanging that Dragonfly from the ceiling. It's not super heavy, but if the thing comes out and crashes, you've just thrown away $300.
It looks great on that stand as well. I've seen people's photographs and I'm just like, oh, it really does look brilliant.
It is so much, and it's fun. It really is fun. But the one thing that I found while I was trying to review it and even move it around, the tail keeps hitting everything. Like I go to move it and I'm like, son of a bitch. Like you can't, dude, it is. But I'll figure out some place to put it. The Robo Skull is going to come. I can put that downstairs in the G.I. Joe room, but I think I probably want it more with my 6-inch. But I do know that that Rattler's coming, and I also know that there's an Awe Striker coming next year.
Yeah, there'll be something else, and it'll keep
have
going
that
and
bunker,
keep going.
It's like, yeah, and there's just like more and more things, and you're like, they're awesome. The detail is just amazing, but for the love of God, I'm running out of space really quickly, and I have every single classified figure. So the only ones that I don't have is I didn't go in on the field variants when they did a little bit of color modification.
Oh yeah,
and that's because those figures were still numbered the exact same. The only two that I have is the Regal variant of Cobra Commander, because that's a completely different figure because they completely changed the color. And then I have Roadblock, and that's just because he was like $8. He was $8 in a clearance store, and I was like, hey, you know what? I'll buy him for $8. I don't know why. It's not like I needed another Roadblock or another classified.
Well, I think they look better. I think they look better, the recolors, to be honest.
I agree.
The shin pads.
Yeah, I agree 100% with you. I thought all the recolors, all the repaints did look better, but not enough. It was weird because I'm like, I'm not going to spend another $25 on a figure I already have. And then I start looking at all the duplicates, and I'm like, I'm just a total hypocrite.
Yeah, I don't like rebuying characters, but I'll cherry classified. I cherry pick. I cherry pick everything.
Yeah, but I mean, I have 6 of the first bats. I have 6 of the first bats, 4 of the first Alley Vipers, and then I have multiple of most of the other bats, like 2. But I've told people, I go, even if you're buying just of every figure, if you start buying every single figure, you get to the Vipers, you're army building Vipers, even if you only buy one.
So Vipers are the only ones I've got. Oh no, that's a lie. But the Vipers I've got multiples of because I wanted that grey one out of the triple pack.
Oh, that was so nice.
And then there was a retailer over here in the UK just clearancing out those triple packs for a ridiculously low price, and I was like, well, it'd be rude. It'd be rude. Not, you know what I mean? So I picked that up. And I've got 2 Crimson Guards because I've got the silver face plated one and the black face plated one.
Crimson Guard's another one. Yeah, Crimson Guard's another one. If you only buy one of every figure, you have Python Patrol, you have the regular Crimson. Yeah. You're starting to army build no matter how. I think I have. Yeah. I have multiple of each one. I think maybe not the Python.
I've got no Python Patrol at all. Not a single Python Patrol figure.
And no, that's awesome.
I've got a little sprinkle of Tiger Force. I don't mind. I've got but there's a great example. So I've got the Tiger Force Outback, but I do not have the mainline Outback. I actually prefer the Tiger Force one, so I got the Tiger Force one.
Outback was one of my favorite figures. I had a lot of favorite figures going. He's one of my favorites. I thought he was such a good design. The Tiger Force one looks better than the OG one.
Yeah,
I have no 100%. Problem saying that. And I think they both look great. But
he's right here. He's always nearby. Yeah, never.
That head sculpt is awesome.
Yeah,
that head sculpt is so good. And I remember doing memes about it because that thing came out, and it was announced. That one came out, and if I remember correctly, I think the first one came out, or the OG one actually ended up coming out first, even though that one was supposed to, at least with us here in the US.
Because we this one definitely landed here first.
Yeah, or they came out right around the same time when they weren't supposed to. I remember doing memes of like showcasing the first one, and it's like, this is how long I've been waiting for the Tiger Force, and now he's all gray. So, all right.
It's brilliant, though.
So, right now, with what you're doing, what are you collecting mostly right now?
Classified, probably, actually. If I think, I think in terms of frequency and volume, classified is the line that I am most deeply in, with a little sprinkle. So Marvel Legends, I generally only collect X-Men related characters, or like your A list. I've got a Punisher, I've got a Captain America, I've got an Iron Man. So yeah, classified for sure.
And you're not a completist at all.
No,
which is great because
I am with trading cards. It annoys me. Like trading cards, I have to have the full set, but toys, nah.
See that's in. Oh, and again, I understand. Like with classified, I'm a completist, and I've said to everyone, I'm a completist until I'm not. And the first time that I can't find a figure, then that's when I might be to the point where. That's when I might be to the point where I'm like, all right, you know what? I don't need this one. I don't need this one. But the point is, but the fact is, I'm creating content, and it's very Joe centric. I don't even like. It's just very Joe heavy. So for me, even if I ever had to buy a figure aftermarket and pay a little bit more, it's probably beneficial for me and my channel for what I'm doing. Now, if I had to do that with all of them, then it becomes a problem. But I don't have a problem paying a little bit extra, getting figures, because I have no problem saying this. I make it up on the back end, or at least that's what has mostly happened. I monetize, so I will make it up on the back end. You get it in early, even if it's a week or two early. When you get the video out there, you don't have to be first, but you get it in early, you do get those extra views, and the money that you get from it, can usually offset, which is great because I've said this before. I'm not collecting nearly as much as I am if my YouTube channel isn't doing what it's doing. If it's not as successful as it has been, I'm not doing all this. And I made wonderful friends through this. So many people have made comments about, like, due to my reviews and things that I've done, that's how they've determined whether they want to pick up a figure, not get into a line. And I don't try and really discourage. I try not to discourage. I just want to give honest reviews when I do it, because I don't want to be that. I don't want to be a hot take artist. Just like, hey, this is my experience with the figure. It might not be yours. You may have a completely different opinion of it, and you might be buying it because you love the lore of whatever that figure is, and I might just be reviewing the figure because I think the figure looks really good. Like, I've had a lot of people with AWOC, Animals of the Warrior Kingdom, and they're like, you need to read about the lore. I'm like, I'm not reviewing how it compares into their lore. I'm reviewing it as an action figure and how it is as an action figure. So, what do you actually see, like, for your channel? Like, what are you doing? Like, what do you want for your channel?
How do you mean?
Like,
elaborate on the question.
Okay, so for me, I just started doing reviews, and the only reason why I started doing reviews was I first started doing, like, the Walmart G.I. Joe stuff because I could compare them. The Classified came out. I don't even know how I really found out about Classified because I wasn't, like, in it when 00 Snake Eyes came out. No one was comparing them to the original. I had the O-rings. I started buying them, and I was just comparing them. And as I started getting deeper into finding out about toy making, different lines, different companies, independent lines, everything shifted to where I wanted to grow, and I became way more of a more known reviewer, especially with G.I. Joe. But obviously there was Action Force that was really big. So I look at mine, I try and grow without becoming like something completely different. I want to be in this realm of everything that I'm doing. So, like, what do you see for what do you see for your channel? Like, what is it that is there anything that you're trying to accomplish, or are you just like, hey, I just want to throw up some reviews and talk toys?
Yeah. So when I got into, I mean, like I said before, the real start was finding things to do in the pandemic. For me and my friend Andy, that I make content with. So it's a hobby, and I like occupational hobbies. I like things that you know, that you can have a community around that you share and that you do occupational things with, you know. And I like the idea of trying to get better at stuff. So learning about cameras and the filming, and that's not to say I've cracked that nut at all.
No.
But so for some part of it is that it's a hobby that involves, you know, a bit of skill, you know, building some skills and developing some mastery around something. So that's attractive to me. In terms of the channel specifically itself, one of the things that I try and do is I'm long form. I get a lot of people putting comments on, you know, fuck your channel, man. Your reviews are far too long. And I'm like, yeah, well, whatever. But that's because I'm making the videos that the reviews that I want, which is the level of detail that I was looking for. And I think I'm making videos that are just showing what I wanted reviews to show that I didn't find reviews were showing me. Like, okay, Robo's fine and Carl Peterson's all right, but Carl Peterson, you know, they manhandle it for 9 minutes under a camera, and then and that's it. You know, it's I want to know a bit more than that when I'm trying to decide where to place my money. And so folks like you and I think it's a bit more about, like, I suppose, like you said before, it's about consumer review. It's my experience, and it's experience from someone who I think's invested in that line. But yeah, I don't have any passion to become a YouTube superstar or anything. It's nice to be monetized. It helps a little bit, but yeah, it's fun, isn't it? It's just something to pass the time.
You just explained it how I've been, like how I am, or at least try to. Maybe I don't do it nearly as well, but I'm the same way. It's like there are other wonderful reviewers, and they're going to show you the poses, and I like to show you exactly how it's going to be out of the box, and maybe something to look for. At that same time, I know how much force I'm putting on trying to bend a knee, and if I feel it gets to that point where I can't, I'm going to tell you, hey, this is really tight. I'm going to go heat this up. You know, I'm willing to possibly break a figure by putting what I think is acceptable pressure to break a joint, break in a joint. I don't want to say break in a joint without using heat. And I will be the last person to ever tell someone, hey, your review is too long. All right.
Mate, I've watched your reviews. I know that you can't throw any shade my way about review.
No. A matter of fact, I just commented on this guy's name is Blind Prime. He's a
Blind Prime.
He's a blind guy. I found him. He was doing the review of the Dragonfly, and he reviews it by feel and touch.
Oh wow!
And
okay, yeah.
It was, and I watched I only watched one video of his so far. Now, mind you, Blind Prime, I know he commented on one of mine, he recommented like what I said. He's, hey, I really appreciate it. I like your stuff. He said some of his buddies say he goes too long, and he goes, well, I want to give it detail. And when I said to him, I go, I have so much to say about this. I have so much to say, and nothing was negative. It was all positive. But when I started reviewing like the G.I. Joe Classified, and I started comparing the O-ring to the Classified, the details that I started finding in the O-ring that you never saw because you were just playing with the toys. So he's reviewing this Dragonfly, and it's all by feel because he can't see anything.
Finding an element that we wouldn't find. Yeah. He's
looking at texture, and as I'm watching him do the Dragonfly, he's mentioning how it had. He goes, he's like, the detail in this cockpit. They have defrosters right here that they really didn't. And I was like, and I looked at it today, and I'm like, yep, there was other stuff inside the cockpit that I didn't even notice. And a lot of it probably has to do with I'm trying to move the camera to look at it, and he's doing the feel for it. And he's like feeling for.
I'm on his channel now.
And he's hilarious. His cat comes up. It's his co-host, he says, and the cat like sits on stuff. Like the cat sits on stuff, and he's like, "Dude, you need to
get off camera." Yeah, he's got Lego on here and stuff as well, isn't he? Yeah.
But to me, like, that is something interesting. He's doing something that others aren't, and I tell everyone, I'm like, anyone that wants to start a YouTube channel and start doing what we're doing in reviews or whatever, I go, there's nothing there's nothing wrong with modeling your stuff after someone you like, whether it be me, Bobby B, you, like you said.
I don't. I
Kyle
think it's very unlikely. I think it's very unlikely anyone's modeling their channel off me.
But I tell everyone, I go, you want to do it you need to put your own spin on it.
Yeah.
I found some guy, and I don't even know who this guy was, and I sent it to Matthew Matson, my moderator, and I go, dude, watch this video. And I go, who is this? He goes, oh my God, that's Dan Larson. And it wasn't Dan Larson, but this guy, he talked like Dan Larson. He sat in the same seat like Dan Larson. He had a backdrop almost the same as Dan Larson. He tried to talk about the same topic as Dan Larson. And I'm like, dude, you had a good topic, but why would you completely try and imitate someone? And there was no denying it. Like, you couldn't. And again, I have no idea who he is because I didn't follow him, because if I want to see this, I'll watch Dan Larson. Like, I'll just go watch that. It makes way more sense. But I tell everyone, I go, not everyone, take parts from people that you enjoy, but make sure you incorporate your own thing. I specifically, when I started doing this, when I started getting to the point where I knew that I kind of wanted to grow the channel and see if I could get monetized, because someone brought it up to me, I wanted to make sure that I was facing the camera so people saw me. They would see who I am before it's just hands in the camera, because it creates this personal feel with them. They feel like they know exactly who I am. And I think that's exactly why, when you look at the channel, again, this channel is nothing without every single person that supports it. I know not everyone thinks like that. A lot of people think like, I just have great product. I have just great content. That's why there's a connection that I have created. And it wasn't like, some of it is a happy accident. Others was, hey, I wanted people to see who I am. They didn't need to only see my hands. People like Bobby B, I don't think he gives two shits if people know what he looks like. And that's awesome. But he has no problem going on camera, because I've had him on here before. I've had him on a couple streams. I've been on streams with him, But he's just, I'm reviewing the figure. He wouldn't even call him review. He's showcasing the figure. He's like, nowhere does it say, I'm sorry, I can't talk like Bobby. Nowhere does it say that I have that my video is a review. It's just a look at it. I'm sorry, that's my bad impression of Bobby B and his deep ass voice. I'm Bobby B. Welcome to B's Battlegrounds.
B's Battlegrounds, yeah.
Have you ever seen him before?
What? Like in the flesh, 3-dimensional?
No. Have you ever seen like what he looks like?
Oh yeah, sure. I've seen him on your channel, Lawrence.
Okay, yeah. All right. I thought he was like a 65-year-old old smoking veteran. He's like in his early 30s. I'm like,
grizzly, yeah.
I'm like, dude, and he's like this big muscular guy. I'm like, I thought you were like this old ass veteran with that deep voice to smoke like a pack of cigarettes a day. And here I'm just throwing more shade at YouTubers.
You gotta be careful with that stuff, Lawrence. You know what I mean? That's I know you say you don't care and you'll just call it out straight, but Bobby B, he'll come after you. The rivalry will escalate.
That is my nemesis for sure. Yeah. So that's kind of what I meant by where you want to see your channel go. You talked about it where it has evolved. You said it evolved kind of as gaming, and then I'm sitting here just looking at all your stuff, and it is all action figure reviews for the most part, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I think that's mostly reflective of what I'm buying right now, and also because of the audience. Like, I'm a comic book content. Nobody was interested in. I was literally making that for myself, and it wasn't building community around it. The board gaming stuff was, well, I probably would put the board gaming stuff on the Ministry of Dice channel, to be fair, but yeah. So the action figure, but that's actually what I buy most frequently. Yeah, I suppose I could. I buy comic books frequently as well, but nobody seemed interested in that. So I think there obviously is a part of that narrative then that means that the kind of that interaction with an audience drives the direction of your channel a little bit, and you sort of niche down into where the interested parties are.
Yeah.
But I'm buying action figures, and so that's what I'm reviewing. That's how it goes.
Now, are you doing a? I know you're doing live streams, but are you doing a consistent live stream,
No,
or do you just do
not presently? Yeah, not presently. I used to do every Tuesday night, but the kids' extracurricular activities have meant that it's becoming increasingly more difficult for me to schedule it in because I'm dad's taxiing, picking kids up from dance classes and basketball and hockey and then now they're both in secondary school. It's all all the after school clubs and stuff. So it's become more difficult. So if anyone's interested in seeing me live stream, you just gotta follow my Instagram and wait until to see the post saying I'm gonna go live later. I'm free.
Okay, so I'm looking at it and I realized your last live stream was 3 weeks ago, and I just happened to catch it because I was like, wow, like, dude, you're about to be on the show. I know that, and I thought maybe I had missed it before, and now I'm looking at it like, wow, you barely. It's only been once in the past 3 months, so.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, that live stream that I did do the other week when you caught me live was the kids were off school. It was school holidays, so everything. So there was no, I wasn't driving anybody anywhere. I didn't have any commitments to get them to. Nothing. It was because it was the holidays and everything was wrapped up for a week. So I'm hoping to get back on, although whether I get back on a Tuesday is yet to be seen. The other problem as well, well, not a problem, but the other thing that was on my mind was that I was streaming late because I was trying to find a nice little spot where the US audience, which is the vast majority of my audience, would be able to come along and get involved and watch live, but that it was a reasonable time of the night for me, knowing that I'd have work the next day. But it was one of the other problems was that I was starting at 10. I wasn't finishing until gone midnight on a Tuesday night. And it's fine if I'm working from home on a Wednesday because I could maybe get half an hour's extra kip because I had no commute to do. But if I was in the office and starting early, it was starting to hit me midweek. You know what I mean? I was running out of steam before I'd even got over the hump day.
Are you really whining about being done around midnight or after midnight and then having I don't even fucking sleep anymore, all right? Like, I swear.
Well, sure.
We got done with Joe G, and we got done at like 12:30. I talked to him for probably another 45 minutes. I don't think I went to bed at 2. And all that I'm thinking of is I'm like, I can sleep when I get home on Friday. Oh no! Wait a minute. I get home. I have to do the Ripcord review, and then we're gonna watch the Mike Tyson fight. So I'm like, but I didn't have to wake up early today, which is Saturday. Although I still woke up at like 9 and got ready and went grocery shopping.
Yeah, that's it. But that's the balance.
Everyone's
different. In life, isn't it? Yeah, and that's why the live streaming's on a bit of a pause. Plus, we just took on a new puppy, and for a period of time there, she wasn't sleeping so well through the night. And as you well know, puppies need eyeballs on all the time. She got into the cupboards just the other day, so I'm also waiting for her to grow up a little bit, so that I don't have to be mindful of her toilet breaks and things.
He's leaving me alone mostly. Roman, I don't know why.
Yeah, how old's Roman? I know you've mentioned before, but
he's 8. He just turned 8.
8, yeah. I mean, my little one's 21 weeks old.
Yeah, but I mean, he would like.
She's a shitbag as well.
I would literally sit here, just talking to someone, right? Or watching something, and he wouldn't bother. I could sit here for 3 hours. But man, I go live and it was boom. And my daughter said, she goes, I think it's because she goes, your voice changes. I'm like, what do you mean? She goes, the moment you go live, like your voice changes and how
performance voice.
Yes. which I don't think I have a performance voice per se. Like
Well,
I'm just trying to be who
projection.
I am. Yeah. So I just try and be who I am. Like I don't like what you see and hear, I think is exactly what you're going to see in real life. And I think anyone that's met me would say that. But she said just the way you present, like you start off and like you're kind of high off right at the bat, and then you're projecting. Where if you're talking to somebody or on someone else's stream, where I like Oz's, Clubhouse or whatever, I may not be talking the whole time, or if I'm just watching something, or sometimes I'll chat with someone else, just have them pull on in the back end so we can talk about things, or I can show Tony. It's mostly Tony's fakes. I'm like, here, I'm gonna send you a link, and then I'm gonna pull up mine, and you can tell me what it is that you're looking for.
Well, I think there's always going to be an element of performance, though,
Yes.
isn't there? There's always in your energy level and your dynamic, and Roman's obviously, they feed off our energy, and he's obviously feeding off that because you're pulling it up from your feet just a little bit more because you're giving to your audience, aren't you? And he's obviously feeding off that energy.
And you definitely don't want to be boring when you do live streams.
No,
I think that is one of the. So I think that was one of the biggest problems when it comes to people that are now trying to do live streams. That some of them are just boring as shit. And sorry guys, I'm not going to name any names. This time I won't.
Name and shame, Lawrence. Name and shame. Come on.
But there are a lot of people...
You've already got money in the pot. You might as well go all in.
There are a lot of channels. They've been doing live streams for quite some time, and they're just not very entertaining, right? Always the same monotone. They don't really change anything up. They don't, I don't know. I feel like when I'm doing this, and I know, like I said, people tune in to hear me obliterate the English language. I get that. I can't read worth shit. All right. Some of these names, I have no shame. And like people are able to rip on me. I rip on them. But I've seen people and they have good shows, but they're just not very entertaining. And maybe it's just the two co-hosts together, or it's usually not a single person. Usually a single person is either they're very entertaining or they're just talking because, hey, I'm bored here. I don't really care if people are watching me or not. And I remember saying to Matthew Matson, my moderator, and I would talk to him about that. And I go, I just don't want to be boring. And he goes, oh, you're anything but boring. But again, you are right. There has to be some sort of performance, right?
Yeah.
You have to have that performance that's going out there because people want to see that. They want to. Again, I'm the person that you see, but yeah, I'm a little more animated.
It's not. Yeah, that personality piece that you want to communicate is still core. It's fundamental. It's still there at the heart, but there's going to be a performative nature to it always. And it's understanding that that's a part of the process. Live streaming is a funny beast, really, because there's what I find is the audience that I have, the little batch of regulars that I see on my live streams or even watch my videos. What they're more interested in is the engagement of me as the live streamer with what they're putting in chat. So I structure my live streams much more around that. Whereas some other live streams I watch, particularly the big sort of multi-panel ones, where there may be 4 or 5 individuals you've got together, the audience connection with what's actively live going on in the viewing experience of the live chat isn't being engaged with because you've got 4 or 5 folks talking through. So they'll take a moment's pause to have a whip through and say, oh, so-and-so's here, or thanks for the super chat, blah, blah, blah. They'll do that bit. But the conversation, the active live conversation with the audience isn't taking place. So when you're solo streaming, which, you and I do, I know you've got several streams, but you do your solo stream.
Yeah, the Monday morning.
The only thing you've got is your conversation with your audience that you're getting through the live chat. But I think having done board game streaming or gaming streaming, card game streaming, on Twitch are kind of those skills are much more required to be successful or to generate develop an audience on Twitch. They're much more required. Audience interaction and audience participation is a part of that experience. And I think a lot of folks who are streaming on YouTube haven't quite figured out that part. And so that's one of the contributing factors, I think, sometimes to how... Also, I think there's too many people with too many voices.
Oh,
I know there's a lot of channels out there that are popular, but once you're over 4, it's too many folks.
I could not agree anymore. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen like Oz, Oz's Clubhouse. That's just like people hanging out. So it's not topic based, right? It's just for a while, maybe 2 or 3 people are talking, then they'll switch topics, and maybe myself and Tony.
Oh, there's Roman.
That's
Roman. I've heard him.
Yeah, he's right here. Is the girl here? Do you need to go outside? Go find Olivia. I think my daughter's still here. If not, he's gonna have to sit around and wait.
Did you know we were talking about you? He heard us talking about him. He's like, oh, they're talking about me. They're talking about me.
Right there.
Hey, Roman. Hey, new bud.
Oh, look at that right there. Yeah.
Oh, you get a little scratch.
He it up so bad. He totally knows. What you're saying about the 4 people. There should never be more than 4 people when you are doing I'm probably going to piss off some channels when when you have like a regular show, because there's too many voices.
Yeah.
Even with 4, you're kind of pushing it. Unless if you have a really good chemistry. I used to watch Toy Anxiety a lot. They always have 4 people on.
I'm not familiar with those guys.
Do you know who Ryan Dole is?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's the one show that Ryan Dole is on. Well, they have 4 people. It's Ryan Dole. I can't think of the other 3 people's name. I know who they are because they used to watch them all the time. Anyway.
Yeah, those other guys.
But 2 of them are married, so they're in the same room, like literally looking at each other.
Sure.
So there's not going to be over talk there. The other one, the other one lives in the same state with them, and they hang out all the time. So there's this really good chemistry. And then you have Ryan Dole, who he's in Canada. They're in Georgia. I don't know how they all hooked up, but they all have really good chemistry. But when you have 2 people in the same room, you're really talking that there's really 3 people, And I'm not saying like she doesn't have a voice or he doesn't, but they're in the same room, so they know not to overtalk each other because they're looking at each other, right? But I'm with you 100%. Like, there's too many voices at times, and that show can go on and on and on, and nothing ever gets established of like what you were trying to say. And
but some folks like that, some folks are into it, but I just find it, I think, because again, having streamed on Twitch and done gaming streaming, and that the audience is demanding and asking for and expecting that participative, performative moment where they're interacting with you as the content provider. I don't think enough people are lifting and dropping that and understanding that's part of the experience for their audience into YouTube.
Now, I know nothing about Twitch, but that is a very interesting look at it, because of what you're saying. The Twitch is mostly like you're interacting. That is exactly how I think most live streams should be. If you're not talking to the people, then you're talking at the people.
Well, it might as well be a pre-recorded video then, mightn't it?
Exactly, because most of those people have come to see you, and they want to have that interaction with you. And I fully understand these bigger channels that they only read super chats, and that might be because you have 500, 600, 700 people, so you can't you can't read every single comment. So you definitely want to read every super chat because someone has either put money in there so they can hear it, or they're telling you, hey, I really like your show. This is how they want to support you, right?
So what you're saying, Lawrence, is if I want to make more money from super chats, I need to stop reading everyone's comments and force them to.
There is one person that I know that wants to do that, and I went, you know what? You go ahead and do that, and then you become a snobby channel. Go ahead. If you want to be a snobby channel, then be a snob channel. I don't care.
I'd tell you what, it wouldn't be a concern for me because I've never had a super chat once ever.
Do you have it hooked? Do you have it enabled? Right.
I think so. Yeah. I think
right now, like all the people that have watched you, they're like, I've tried sending you super chats. You don't have it enabled.
that might well be. Yeah, that might well be. I'll double check that. I've definitely got the members thing, the join members thing, and I haven't got any members.
You probably have it turned on. I know someone had to tell Chris from the Full Force. They're like, you need to turn on super chats, and he had no idea.
Really?
Yeah, he was
no
monetized,
idea.
and he had no idea. And as soon as he turned it on, I want to say it was actually, I could be completely wrong. I think it was Matt. It might have been Matthew Matson. It might have been my moderator, or it might have been the other Matt who was sending super chats all the time. I don't know why I can't think of Matt's last name.
Anyway, Matt, anyway, yeah, but no, it's interesting. But obviously, different audiences are looking for different things.
Yes,
and I've certainly found that I think we circle very similar communities, particularly around the G.I. Joe classified space.
Yeah.
And what those folks want is they want an interactive experience with their content provider. But some folks would like to sit back and watch a kind of a beer and popcorn conversation, with the lads, and not want the interaction. They want to be a fly on the wall in that space.
But those people, there's no reason to sit down and make it appointment programming to watch it live. You can watch it.
That's true.
If you just want to hear someone, hey, you turn it on while you're driving because you don't have to watch what's going on, as long as it's not a visual show. Like you don't have to turn it, like you don't have to watch it. So you can just turn it on while you're driving or while you're sitting at work. If you just want to hear what people have to say. Most people have, like my Monday night show, I know people have made it appointment viewing. And it's because they want to interact, not just with me, they also want to interact with the other people that are going on there. But again, if I'm not interacting, if I stopped reading all the super chats and I just gave people my opinions and showed off toys, people they start to tune out. And I saw this like at Joe Fest. Like, I'm no one, right? I'm just a person. I'm just someone who's willing to turn on the camera and talk. That's the only difference between me and anyone else. But you run into all these people at Joe Fest. They're excited to talk to you for 5 minutes. Just like a lot of people are about actors and athletes, And if that's what it takes, like to make someone feel good, then why don't you do it? And it's the same way when it comes to your streams. Talk to the people.
Yeah.
Pull up their chats. Read it. You can't read them all. You can't expect. I get like anywhere from 15 to 1,800 chats. Like when I look at my statistics, I have like 15 to 100. There's 1,500 to 1,800 different chats. They're not all to me. There's conversations going on.
Yeah, because they're talking in amongst themselves. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Although your live audience is larger than mine, so I tend to find I can get through at least thematically, broadly into the conversations that are taking place, or can organically move my stream with whatever's flowing in that conversation space, because the audience is small enough and niche enough that
I can
respond to that.
Like live streamers that they read. What the hell is that?
Well, it sounds like
it's someone. My daughter turned something on, and it's really.
hopefully it's not too clear and doesn't get you a copyright claim. That's happened to me before.
That's what I was hoping. I was like,
that's definitely happened to me before. When music is the incidental music that I wasn't actively playing, but it just happened to be in the background.
Yep.
And I got copyright claim.
Yeah, they are.
I played my guitar once on the other channel. I did like a little parody song about a pre-order that hadn't come, and I used the the Disney movie Tangled.
Yes. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, it's awesome. When Will My Life Begin? But I changed it to When Will My Pre-Order Come? And did like this whole little parody thing. And Lawrence, my singing and playing was so good that Disney copyright claimed me.
Did they really?
I didn't use any of their original recorded stuff. It was just me on my acoustic guitar singing the song badly. My singing is not great, but it was like a little skit because this pre-order hadn't come, and they picked it up. They managed to pick it up.
Did you fight it? I hope you fought it.
No, I had no grounds to fight it.
Sure you do. Like you didn't. You did a parody.
No,
and it was you.
No. See, I get what you're saying but it has to be a parody of their song, and I was using their song to parody something else.
That's crazy.
It's a very subtle distinction. So if I was actually doing a parody, a joke piss take of Tangled itself, I'd have been fine. But because I used theirs, but I was parodying something else, it's not. The satire doesn't count under the fair use. Because it's happened to me before in another situation.
What was the other situation? Oh, now I'm in.
Yeah, well, same thing. I did like a little song skit about this game, Dice Masters, and I got copyright claims for the song skit. It was there was a ban list had come out, and there were cards that you were no longer allowed to play in tournaments. Was the circumstances of the situation, and I did a little the song. If you leave me now, you take away the only heart of me.
Too much of it.
Sorry,
don't see too much of it.
Yeah. So I did that, and it was about folks like crybabies, including myself, who love these cards, getting sad that they become banned, and I got copyright claimed on that, and I did try and challenge that one, and the answer came back and said, well, no, because you're not actually parodying the song, you're using the song and changing the lyrics to parody something else, but that's still using the song.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah,
well,
I did one I did one around Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting as well, using the Elton John tune. And the idea of that was about a card game tournament, a gaming tournament that was taking place, and the tournament was on a Saturday night, so I was doing a whole thing, and that one got pulled up too. And again, they said, you're not actually parodying the song. The satire is not. If you were satirizing Elton John, you'd be fine. But because you're using his stuff, but you're satirizing something else, you're not.
All right. So you played the Tangled song.
Yeah. Myself as well. I didn't even use their music. I played.
So you were playing the music. Did you change the lyrics?
Yes.
You changed the lyrics to when will my pre-order come?
That's right. Yeah.
Which I think is hilarious.
Yeah.
Which I think is hilarious. And they copyright. That is crazy.
Yeah. So every bit of ad revenue that video makes is going into Disney's pocket.
Because they need it.
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kathleen Kennedy's got to fuel her jet somehow, and she's doing it off my video.
It's funny because I love Tangled. It's my favorite princess movie.
Oh,
I can't say my favorite.
Well, I mean,
Disney
movie. That's a big claim. Your favorite princess movie?
Well, next to Star Wars, Princess Leia.
Well, better than Beauty and the Beast?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Better than Little Mermaid?
I've never seen Little Mermaid all the way through.
What?
So it is a wonderful place to nap at Disney World because they missed you and everything. It's like 15 minutes. It is the greatest nap you ever have. Other than the one where they put you to sleep to check for things once you turn like 45. That's a whole nother story. I've never sat down and watched
Aladdin. Better than Aladdin.
I've never watched Aladdin all the way through.
You've never watched Aladdin? Lawrence,
No.
You disappoint me. You massively disappoint me. Right, homework. Next time we instant message, I don't want to hear from you until you've watched Little Mermaid and Aladdin. Particularly Aladdin. Robin Williams does the voice of the genie. Come on, dude. Robin Williams. So what you're saying is you're not qualified to have a favorite princess movie. You've just gone and claimed that Tangled is your favorite Disney princess movie, but you're not even qualified to have that opinion if you've not seen Little Mermaid and Aladdin.
Well, First off, I feel I feel that Entangled Rapunzel is the hottest of all of them.
I mean, it is a great film. Don't get me wrong. And Rapunzel. I mean, the blonde hair thing.
Yeah.
Although
No,
Zachary Levi, I've got off him a bit recently. I've heard some things about him that's not so cool.
no, I like my favorite Disney movie. I have to exclude Star Wars because it technically does not count, and I don't consider it in the Marvel movies. Is The Lion King? Like I absolutely love The Lion King.
Epic, definitely, yeah.
That and I
can't disagree with that choice.
I like the live action one.
I've not seen the live action one.
I think it's good. Now I have a hard time calling a live action when there's no humans in it, and it's all CGI.
I've not watched any of those live action remakes at all. Not a single one.
Some of them are really good.
No, I refuse to. Why? I've got the cartoon version. I don't need this random live action version.
Some of them are just good. I think it was Pete's Dragon is really good. There's a few of them that just are really. I want to see The Lion King because I love the movie so much. I hated the fact that they changed a lot of the voice actors, other than Mufasa, which I didn't understand the reason why. Some of them they sound the exact same, and I was like, "All right, why did you bother changing the voice actors?" But my second favorite movie is Tangled from Disney.
Interesting.
Interesting. And I think a lot
until you see Aladdin, and then that'll change. That'll change overnight.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the age range of my daughter and watching.
Yes.
There's that. So like I would probably say like my third is The Princess and the Frog.
Oh, interesting.
So
I like that one. It's got that kind of New Orleans jazz vibes. Pretty cool.
Yeah. So that was that was Olivia's first favorite love.
Got you.
And the picture at Disney World with her taking a picture with the princess that plays her, you can just feel it through that picture how excited this little 2.5-year-old was. So and it's not even her favorite movie anymore. Like not even close. I can't remember the last time we watched it. But we we'll play Disney movies or Disney music. We'll play Disney music while we're eating dinner. And my son could care less. My daughter, there are certain songs that she has no shame. So when when the Frozen song comes on.
Let It Go.
Yeah, Let It Go. She runs upstairs. Brings down her bank because she has a bank that plays it. And then she'll grab whatever. She'll grab a towel, bubble wrap that's still on the kitchen table, and she'll swing it over. But she always tries to time the bank at the same. But the bank seems slower than the music just a little bit. There's the Tangled song when they're in the bar. I had to order. I ordered her 2 little unicorns so she could tap the unicorns.
Okay, got you. Yeah, I can see that. The on his neck and all that.
What's the Mexican one?
Coco.
Coco. I bought. They were at the dollar store.
Remember Me. That's the song, isn't it? Remember
the one with
Me.
No, I'll put the shoes on my head.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
That one comes on. She starts singing it. I bought these 2 little dollar store. One's Coco and one's the other one. This is my daughter. I'm going to the bathroom. So I'm taking my time, and that song comes on, and I hear this rustling outside the door, and there's little there's just like little army men. You remember the army men, right?
Yeah.
The next thing I see is they both make it underneath the door. She's like moving them around, like they're singing the song, and I'm like, dude, what is wrong?
Come on, I'm busy. Yeah. Speaking of bathrooms, Lawrence, I really urgently need to take a quick bathroom break. So, can you entertain your own audience solo for like 2 minutes?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to play a Mossman commercial. So you go do what you need to do.
Perfect. There you go. Ideal. Back in 2.
Oh, hey guys. So Lawrence, he had to step away for a little bit. He's got a case of the grumble duff. So he asked me to kind of watch over a stream. He put me in charge of y'all. He said to me, "Oh, Mossman, I have a case of the grumble duff, and I need you to watch my cell for a little bit so nobody leaves and finds out that there's more interesting things to watch on YouTube. And also, I hate Ohio." So I was like, oh, dang, so now I have to come up with a topic for my very own show. And I was like, oh, what about talking about your favorite toy stores? So my favorite toy store is HelloDopeToys.com. So they used to have this really bad website. It used to look real scammy. Like if I gave them money, they were going to go spend it on like blow and hookers. But now their website is really nice. And like I can just go in and do like 1-2 click. And then my order's placed. And they ship super fast, guys. They ship everything in 1 business day. So like I get all my toys first. So when I'm out there on the playground and all my friends are like, oh, dang, Mossman, where'd you get that action figure? I still have to wait 17 months for mine. And I'm just like, well, I went to HelloDopeToys.com and I just pushed the buttons and then they shipped it out to me. And the packaging is so nice, guys. Like I opened up the box and I thought, oh, I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this kind of packaging. It's so nice. But then my trash can gets full because of all the packing stuff. And I was just like, oh, dang, I just changed the trash. But now I gotta change the trash again. Oh, you're right, Matthew Matson. You can use the code APWT at HelloDopeToys.com and save 10% on your order. So how that works is, so you're gonna save 10%, and then a Punk with Toys, he has to pay that 10% that y'all save. So if you don't like Lawrence, you can just go to HelloDopeToys.com and just buy a bunch of stuff and rack up his bill. So then like at the end of the month, they're like, Hello Dope Toys is like, oh, Lawrence, you owe us $1 million because of all the 10% codes that everybody used. And yeah, that's how that works. Okay, guys, so it looks like it's time for me to go now. So make sure you go to HelloDopeToys.com and like and subscribe, and then in the comments put what your favorite toy store is. But if it's not HelloDopeToys.com, I'm probably just going to delete it, okay? So, all right, guys, bye!
All right.
I'm back.
Yes.
I have relieved myself.
I was hoping you were going to make it back in time.
Yeah, no, so I was taking a piss with, and I still had these on, and because of the Bluetooth, I could still hear Mossman going while I was taking a piss.
I've said before, like, if there's ever like Mossman in a new Motu, or if I ever watch a Motu, you know, and I see Mossman, the moment I hear him talking, I'm gonna be like, that's not his voice. That's not Mossman's voice. We all know what it is.
That's not right.
I really do think Mattel needs to just give the rights over to Hello Dope Toys.
Just hand it over. Yeah.
They probably sold more Mossman for them than anyone that any Motu figure ever has, especially this one here. No, I don't even know what we're talking about.
I can't even remember now. Disney. We're talking about Disney,
and
then you mentioned the bathroom, and I was like, actually, I really need the bathroom, and that's where we were up to. So anyway, Mr. Interviewer, next question, please.
Wait, why did I mention the bathroom?
Because your daughter was doing the performance with the toys under the door.
That's right.
There's nothing one of us was paying attention, Lawrence.
Yeah, no, she just has like certain, like we play these, you know, Disney songs. So she would just have like, she has no shame. So like when Moana songs come on, sure. But what's funny is when a song comes on she doesn't like, she's like, skip. Like, right, well,
so if the music's a part of the experience for you, man, then you definitely got to get your Little Mermaid and Aladdin on, because the tunes in them pair are banging, absolute banging tunes.
Again, I think that those, I know I've seen parts of Little Mermaid and parts of Aladdin, and I know Little Mermaid because my stepdaughter is a redhead, so that was her favorite one growing up.
Right.
So,
great.
But what I do know is at Disney World, have you ever been to Disney World?
Many, many, many years ago.
Yeah, it's very expensive.
Yes.
But they have a little show. It's about 15 minutes long, and when you're there and it's 100 degrees out, you go into that little show. There's mist that comes out. It's all, and it's 15 minutes, and you are out in about 30 seconds. And then you wake up and you're like, can we do it again?
Quick little power nap to get you through. I think you'll need it as well. You're on your feet all day at those places, aren't you? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was actually disappointed. Last time we went, it was closed. So I was a little disappointed.
Oh no, your little dad nap stop wasn't on the itinerary.
A lot easier last time I went because both kids were older, so they just kind of, we were just able to walk and go to where we needed to be. When they're little, oh my god, that is just rough, man.
Yeah.
You're pushing a stroller around, and once they start getting crabby, oh wait a minute, they're still the same. At least with my son, once he gets crabby, he's crabby. There's no breaking him of it. So, do you ever make it over to this side of the world?
No, very rarely. Flights are expensive to the States, man. Really expensive. I was, I've toyed with the idea every now and again when there's a convention on or something that I think I might fancy coming to, and then I start investigating the flight costs, and I'm like immediately out then at that point when I see the price come up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it might have been Shark Eyes that when I was talking to him about Joe Fest, and he was like, "Dude, yeah, the flights are just so outrageous."
Yeah, they are. They're super expensive.
Which is crazy, but there's so many people I know at Joe Fest. All the guys from Ireland, they came over. So there's so many people from your side that that's their one big vacation. No, I don't.
Well, exactly. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you gotta save up for it and actively decide. Right.
Yeah,
I'm doing that thing.
And they're coming alone, so they're leaving their wife and kids. So I would assume that they've already made arrangements of like, hey, don't worry, we're doing this together as a family.
I would assume so. Yeah. I would imagine so. Yeah, because I've looked at Joe Fest, and there's like some gaming events that have been in Gracelands. The other problem with the US as well sometimes is it's when the flight leaves the UK and then it'll land in. So I might have to fly into the East Coast and land at like Newark or something, and then you have a 8-hour layover and wait for an adjoining flight to then take the red eye out to, you know what I mean? And before you know it, you're traveling for 2 days.
Yeah.
Or even 3 days. And it becomes not just an expensive thing to do, but also when you think about the time off that you need to take from work and, using your annual leave days and that, it all starts to become a bit of a pain.
I'm wondering if maybe that's why Joe Fest is so appealing, not only because it's G.I. Joe convention, but you're in Augusta, Georgia, so you're pretty much, I mean, if you're coming from across the Atlantic, you're landing right there. You're not trying to make it to California or Chicago, anything like that. You're landing right there. Even if you went into the Atlanta airport, which is probably where you would land, it's like a 3-hour drive. So I don't know if they Ubered or if there's a couple other bigger airports that you have to fly into, and then you can take a smaller plane to fly in. I know that's how Tony and Baldy, that's how they got in and also left. And then other people, they would just drive. I think they may have just drove straight from the Atlanta airport, which is a very large airport. So that's 3 hours drive, man. I could imagine being on. I mean, how long does it take to fly across the Atlantic?
To get into the East Coast, I think it's about 6 or 7 hours.
Well, that's not that bad. But you're right. If you have like an 8-hour layover.
Yes. Yeah.
8-hour layover.
The last time I looked at it, I was trying to get to Memphis for a gaming convention in Memphis that I wanted to go to. And that seemed like an absolute nightmare. But I also had to fly from Manchester to, I think it was Amsterdam.
Okay.
Do a change in Amsterdam that would then fly me into wherever it was, somewhere on the East Coast. and then change it there, and then fly to where was it now? I can't remember, but it was like some random place. You're like, what the hell? Yeah, I just can't reasonably do this. It's ridiculous.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where Memphis, Tennessee is, but Tennessee's right on the border. So it seems like it might be somewhere you could fly in and then drive there. But
yeah, I've just Googled it now. Yeah, but I think there's also an element of familiarity with that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I was to try and fly to Memphis right now, it comes in at a total of, well, it varies between sort of 14 and 16 and a half hours.
How much does it cost? Does it
say? In total, it would come to about, how much is that one there? 700 quid. So yeah, it'd be about 1,400 quid, which is about, I don't know how much that is in US dollars.
Wait, quid? Is that what your money's called? Quid?
No, pounds sterling. Pound sterling.
So what is quid?
Well, it's just like you'd say bucks.
Oh, okay. I've
Like
never heard that before.
Yeah, just a slang term, like you'd say bucks. But now I'm on a currency converter app on my phone. But I need to change it because I was looking at euros, US dollars.
Alexa, how much is 1,400 pounds in US?
Just short of $1,800.
It's about 1,766 US dollars and 38 cents.
So 1,700.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's a pricey thing for you just alone.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could take the whole family to Europe for 5 days and have a sun and sand holiday, in Spain for that.
But then you got to be with your family. Like,
well, true story. And who wants to do that?
I mean, you've already started with a negative.
I know. But as far as convincing my wife to permit said journey, or the expensive journey, and it looks like here, so if I was going to Memphis, I'd have to fly into, go to Amsterdam, then fly from Amsterdam to Atlanta, and then fly from Atlanta to Memphis International.
Okay, yeah. If you're flying, you're not flying into, you're not flying in there and then just driving to Memphis.
That's so sure. Where's Joe Fest?
Augusta, Georgia.
To Augusta, Georgia.
And I know there's Augusta Airport, but I don't believe it's a major hub.
The devil went down to Georgia. Yeah, so I'd be looking at 13 hours for that one. And just to get out there is £1,890. So it'd be about $4,000 in total to, if I wanted to come back.
She may not want you to come back after that.
Oh no, actually, no. Hang on, no, I'm lying. They're advertising a round trip on this one, so it'd be $2,000 for the round trip.
Well, that's not awful. I mean,
yeah,
you still haven't added your hotel and what you buy and how.
well, exactly, yeah. But that's the same again. Actually, Manchester to Amsterdam, then Amsterdam to Atlanta, and then Atlanta to Augusta. But I'd have a 2.5-hour layover in Amsterdam and a 4-hour layover in Atlanta. So I suppose for the 3-hour drive from Atlanta, you might as well wait 4 hours and get the plane.
For the most part, yeah. I mean, especially like you said, you're unfamiliar with driving. It is. I mean, me driving into some other states, like I went to New Jersey last year. And their roads are completely different. So even when you're looking at the GPS, it's like, shit, dude. If I miss this, man, I got to go another mile or two just to turn around to get to where I need to be. And you don't really know how they're. I mean, I live in Detroit, all right? Mm-hmm. We drive like assholes. We're the Motor City for a reason.
I'm about to say that's yeah.
We cut people off. I don't want to cut people off in another state. You don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen here. So, but, you also, when you're in a different state and you have plates and you get pulled over, you're getting a ticket because they know you're going to pay it. They know you're not coming back to court to fight it. So
No.
you're getting a ticket. So just remember that, people, you fly in somewhere and you rent a car or whatever, you might not, like, I know around here, the metro airport, the cops just sit there because they know there's so many people there that are renting cars. They're not going to, they're not going to fight it. They're just going to give you a ticket and you're going to pay it. It is a huge speed trap. So you fly into any airport, you might want to be careful on those speed limits and just make sure you're not driving like an asshole.
They'll get you. The bastards will get you. That's how they earn their bonuses.
Well, I think this is probably a good time to kind of wrap it up. We talked about everything for the most part.
So that's I went for my toilet break only 20 minutes ago. I should have timed it better for like a little interval.
Well, it has been 2 hours and 40 minutes.
It has, yeah.
You realize?
Yeah.
Can you see how long?
Honestly, there's yeah, I can, yeah. There's no shutting you up, Lawrence. Honestly, you just go and go and go.
Yeah, no, dude, these things. When I first started, I was like hour and a half. You probably talked to somebody. Then they went to like 2 hours, 2.5. And next thing you know, you're going over 3 hours. And there's so much more that you can continue to talk about. Because I don't, I watch a lot of sports, and there's a couple of sports guys, and I've said this numerous times, that I've kind of modeled how they do. And they say the best interviews are a conversation. I don't want to be like, okay, so tell me about what you collect. Oh, okay. And all right, so you like that. How is your YouTube channel? What do you do? I'm going to have a conversation, get to know you, let other people get to know you. Hopefully that my viewers are going to take a fancy to you. That was my foreign words. Take a fancy to you.
I find this British fellow rather appealing. I may investigate his channel.
See, this honestly, I think if you did a live stream, not on Monday nights. No, I think you have a very appealing personality.
That's you've not met me in person, man. I'm a knobhead, really.
Well, I'm talking about on YouTube. I don't care about you in person.
Well, exactly, yeah.
But no, like
game face.
Yeah, you're not.
That's very flattering. Thank you for the feedback.
But you're not monotone. You're very animated with stuff. You have opinions, and you don't shy away from them. You speak in your mind. Everything that we talked about, how you just said, I learned on Twitch, like you have to interact. This is things that a lot of people don't understand. They haven't learned. And even sometimes when they do learn, they don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
And it can be difficult. I tend to find myself on Mondays. Going even longer because all of a sudden I see 2 or 3 new people pop in at 11:30. And
when you're planning on wrapping up. Yeah.
Yeah. So you start to see more people. And a lot of it is like these people have come to see you live. They've already started interacting, and you kind of want to give back to them. But 12:15 comes around, 12:20, and you're like, man, I gotta wrap it up. And I'll be 100% honest, I do not know how to wrap things up. All right, I drag it on, I go on and on and on. And again, I think it's something that people have enjoyed about me. It's something that people they see, they like. And there's other people that don't. When I first started doing my show, it is called Monday Night Toy Ramblings.
I've been making a little dio while we've been talking. It's the it's Outback getting attacked by the.
Am I that boring?
No, man. No, just I'm a fidget. I'm a fidget. Do you say that in the States? Fidget? Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah, we had fidget spinners.
Oh, sure, yeah. So a fidget. I'm always like, just fidgeting.
Yeah. I mean, have you seen me? I mean, I never realized my hands went so much until someone pointed it out. And I was
so I grabbed the Outback out of the G.I. Joe box. It's just down here actually because I was taking some pictures earlier. But then of course, as soon as he was on the desk, I had to then get the knife out and put it in his hand. And I was like, well, if I'm putting the knife in his hand, he's gonna have to fight something. So I'll get that Get that thing. What did Lenny call this? The cephalopod. Get the cephalopod attacking him, and then he just. Anyway, sorry, Lawrence, you were saying you don't know how to wrap things up.
You don't help anything. I'm just like, what the hell is that thing? No.
What did you think of Nemesis Immortal? I've not watched your review yet, so that's the thing. I don't watch other people's reviews until I've done my own because I don't like to,
And you just dropped yours yesterday.
I did actually, yeah. It took a couple more weeks to get over here than you guys got it over there, but I was a little sad.
It might be the worst figure they made of the year.
I'm not. Yeah.
No, I'm not a fan of Cobra La to begin with, and I made that clear.
Well,
I think he looks amazing.
Yeah, the articulation. That's exactly what it is. It's the articulation. Yeah, but I am. So tell you. Sorry, I know you're trying to wrap things up, but to circle go all the way back to the Action Force conversation earlier. So the first GI Joe cartoon I ever saw was GI Joe the movie. I'd never seen a GI Joe cartoon.
And you still liked it.
Yeah, well, so I didn't. I mean, I knew the cartoons existed, but they weren't televised over here the same way that you guys would have them televised over there. So I think I missed it because it was on too early or what. I'd never seen a cartoon until I saw the movie. I got hold of a VHS of the movie, and then I saw the cartoons way later. So it was all about these Action Force comics. So Cobra La, I actually have quite a warm fondness towards the Cobra La stuff because it was the very first time that I'd experienced animated and I'd experienced GI Joe. Plus, the movie. I know folks say they don't like the Cobra La stuff, and that's fine. I get it because, it's absolutely balmy. It's wacky shit. But that first scene when Pythona goes in, breaks into the base and
with that,
that is incredibly well animated and actually quite dark. She's throwing like face hugger shit on people's faces, and there's shit going on, slicing dudes, vipers across the throat and things. It's actually pretty fucking impressive. You know what I mean?
You mentioned about that thing. I wish you cut through it. That's almost like what Qui-Gon Jinn does in the beginning of
the
Phantom Menace until they close the other blast doors. Which I still don't understand why he could just cut through the rest of them.
Or just open them. Or just open them with his force powers. I never got that because, if you've got force powers and the panels on the other side, can't you just press the button? Do you know what I mean? Just go.
I try to tell my daughter to stop. No logic. We're watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer. No logic.
Oh, Buffy's amazing. Oh, so Buffy I was just playing around with some Buffy figures. I dug out. My Spike the other day. I had him up for Halloween. I was like, I've got a vampire here. I'll put a vampire. I got my Spike and Drusilla. But look, I've glued him to the base.
So
why did I do that?
I don't know. Why'd you ask me?
Well, it's awkward when I try and put it away in the box. It was obviously great when I had him out on the shelf.
Okay, so I want to get back to the Nemesis Immortal, but I want to.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no. Which way do you want to go?
Because now we're talking about Buffy, and my daughter and I have been watching Buffy. But that guy Spike right there, James Marsden. No, that's
Marsden. Whatever. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. I don't want to get the guy that plays Cyclops because I just realized that's.
So it's James Masters. I've got his autograph actually here somewhere.
Okay. So anyway, the guy that played Spike. He's one of my idols because he's one of the few people that did an acting job and took one of your guys' jobs. It's always you guys coming over here and taking like our main characters with an American accent. He took your guy's accent, and then you hear him in real life, and you're like,
"Yeah, he's so American." I saw him in what did I see him in? He was in something else. Oh, The Runaways. He was one of the dads in The Runaways. I saw him in that, and then he was in. I want to say Smallville. Was he in Smallville?
He was because he was. I want to say he was Brainiac.
That would sound right to me.
Yeah. Because he was Brainiac in Smallville, if I remember correctly, because in the Arrowverse they had a different Brainiac, and that's what I was trying to. But I think he was Brainiac in Smallville.
Right? Yeah, I knew he'd been in one of the kind of cartoony things, but that's a McFarlane there. That is. I thought you were going to say you like Spike because of obviously the Punk connection, the Punk thing. It's the whole the whole Sid Vicious thing.
I'm not a fan of that Punk. Believe it or not, I'm not a fan of Sid Vicious. I'm straight edge. Like, I don't drink or anything.
Okay. Well, so what a British punk and American punk is very different as well, isn't it? Very different in tone. So what I would describe as punk, which is like the Clash, Sex Pistols, Sham 69.
It is punk. I mean,
good.
When punk originated, you had your British, and then you had a lot of your California stuff. You had your New York, which is more hardcore.
CBGBs, yeah.
Yeah. And there was a blend. There was a blend of it. But I would say more, and I'm not gonna say the Sex Pistols, but a lot of like the stuff that came over from across the pond, that became more mainstream than what you had here. Ramones, they became pretty mainstream. But when you look at guys like Bad Religion and Circle Jerks, Bad Brains, that all remained underground. A lot of the stuff that came over from Europe and stuff, that became more mainstream and more poppy. But it all helped create, what punk has become. Sure. I don't deny that. But
well, okay, that's it. I just thought maybe like your appreciation of Spike was because he's got he's kind of like a gothy punk, isn't he? Spike in
Oh, I loved him and Drusilla, and Drusilla's craziness.
Got my Drusilla there.
But we're almost at the end of season 3, so I don't want to say anything too much.
Oh, is she? Might she here?
Well, she's downstairs. I don't think she's.
Season 3 is a great season. So season 3 is don't tell me the mayor. The mayor?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're like right at the end too. So this is right before Angel's about to leave to have his own TV show.
Yeah.
I had to look it up. I didn't realize he was only on it like as a main character for 3
seasons. Yeah. That's one of the things me and my wife bonded over. Actually, we used to watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Angel.
See, I think Angel's better than Buffy.
When we first started dating. Ooh, interesting.
And I love Buffy. So I mean, it's no shade being thrown at it, and I don't want to.
No. It's just about degrees of awesomeness. It's got a slightly higher degree of awesomeness.
Because I think Angel, when it started, you already had an established character, and you brought in other established characters, so you didn't have to create the lore. You already knew what he was. If you watch Buffy again, until Angel becomes Angelus, it is a hard watch. It's easier to watch because we know what's going to happen. And maybe when we were watching, we were so much younger, we found it kind of campy. Once he gets turned into Angelus and loses his soul again, that's when it really gets good. That's when it becomes way more serious. They get out of high school because they're about to graduate. So we're there. What I didn't want to say was I have an issue because I hated the fact that they put Buffy and Spike together.
Oh yeah, that's when's that? That's later. That's way later, isn't it?
Yeah, that's later because eventually he leaves.
Is that after she dies?
And he ends up over on Angel. But like I always had it.
I remember. Yeah, I remember now. Wasn't he a ghost on Angel though? He wasn't actually.
Yeah, he does become a ghost. He does become.
Do you know what? It's funny. All this is like you bringing it up is just like dredged it out of the filing cabinet. Of my mind
I had forgotten about that.
I've got it all on DVD as well. I should try. My daughter, actually, I might.
It's on Hulu right now. I don't know if you. Or no, it's on Disney.
Yeah, Hulu's on Disney Plus over here. Yeah,
that's how ours is. So I'll probably watch a couple episodes with her when I'm done here. No, so anyway, Nemesis Immortal.
Oh yes,
we'll make it. I'm not a fan of Cobra Law, but I have said almost every single figure that they've made. Look at Raptor. I hated that figure. Like I hated the original one.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The classified one is awesome.
You like the
It
classified
looks
one? Yeah. I like it.
he's amazing. I love the updates. I had a feeling that's what they were going to do with the updates, kind of like the same way they did with Vulture and Falcon. Not the G.I. Joe Falcon, but the Marvel Falcon.
Yeah.
I love it. I think that's awesome. And I thought, like, once I saw Nemesis Immortal, I was like, dude, that figure looks amazing. And I don't even like it. I got it. It might be the worst classified of the year. The feet don't go past 90 degrees.
No,
He's almost impossible to stand without a stand. And he has fairly big feet. He should be easy. He's super wobbly.
Someone in my comments said though that the feet do go further forward, and I was like, do they?
I made the mistake because I said there was no thigh cut, and there is.
Oh yeah, it's up on the top of this sort
and
of,
it's really tight. But there's no boot cut, which I do understand but you cannot put the feet do not go past 90 degrees.
No, the boot cut would help as well with the standing for sure.
Yeah.
He broke one of my flight stands as well.
He broke one?
Yeah, chunky boy. I mean, it was a cheap, nasty one, but his weight was too much for it to handle, and the thing snapped.
Matthew said, well, I don't know how long he had it up there. Well, you don't keep your fingers, like you move your fingers around. He said,
I do move it, yeah.
The Mezco, he used a Mezco flight stand to get a. Oh, is that a Mezco?
Oh, no, hang on. No, that's a Mafex, actually.
Okay. Yeah, he used a Mezco for the picture of him attacking, I think, Falcon. So, I'm like, what flight stand is it? He's like, it's a Mezco. I was like, okay. But I don't know how long. I don't know if it would keep it for that long. Eventually, you're going to start to.
The thing, the joint snapped at the clamp at the top. Like you say, because the weight had just eventually gone and it just snapped off.
But I don't mind the wings. The articulation on the wings could be a little better, but I also understand what they were going for.
I've spun them around. I turned them around in the pegs so they were facing down more.
Okay.
Because I thought that looked better.
So what do you think of them? The
wings?
No, just the figure in general.
Well, you can, if you want to head on over to my channel and I've got a full 28 minutes on the subject for you.
28 minutes and 17 seconds.
You're looking at it, yeah.
I'm looking at it.
It sounds like largely our opinions were aligned. The sculpting, I was like, oh wow, holy shit! Some of this stuff. I'm not too big a fan of these sheaths, but I don't like the swords.
But he does have the sheaths and the O-ring.
Well, sure, yeah, sure. But I'm just, it's the implementation, isn't it? It's the implementation that's the problem, the way it kind of comes together. What I'm also not a big fan of is that you can't do a lot with these. Like this was such a big part of like shit he got up to in the movie is like forearm bone claw things.
Yeah.
But you can't really, I don't know, even with that glove articulation, I just can't make him look cool.
I've been trying. I've seen a few good pictures, and I can barely stand him. A matter of fact, I have him basically looking over Once a Man Cobra Commander, and he's in the corner, and I'm using the wings to make him stand.
Yeah, I spun the wings around. I turned them the other way so that they were angling down rather than rather than the W shape. So because they're pegged in, they're a bit awkward at the top here where that little sticky out bit is, but I thought that looked better. But again, someone in my comments on the review said part of your problem standing in might be because of the way you've changed the wings. I was like, nah, mate.
No.
It's that center of gravity because of the weight of that backpack. It's definitely
even without the backpack, he's hard to stand.
Oh, because I don't think I've actually tried without the backpack.
Here's the whole thing about him. Because his feet do not go past 90 degrees, his legs have to be completely straight for the most part, and he has to be bending over.
Yeah, you definitely need to compensate for it, don't you? Yeah.
So even if he was bending over and his knees could be bent, that would look natural. But we don't bend over like that unless you're doing stiff-legged deadlifts.
Yeah.
And that's just not natural.
Yeah, and he's a bit loosey goosey in at the top here, so that doesn't help.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you how loose is yours? Mine's really loose.
It's all right. It just the barbell on the chest is.
See, both
wobbly.
both barbells are loose on mine.
Are they okay?
So he's
The
just
waist isn't too bad, but
he's
the
really wobbly.
chest.
So again, if you hit the stand or you hit like the bookshelf or anything wrong, he's gonna shake.
Yeah.
But okay, so I want to ask you a couple other things since
All
I'm
right.
looking at this. What did you think of Operation Monster Force?
Oh, they're good. I like them. They're here pride of place at the minute. I only picked up these two. The
No, did you get them because
they look like the Red Shadows. Yeah,
okay.
They look like the old Action Force Red Shadows. Although now I've got them, I'm kind of looking at. I might. A deal's been struck as well with a UK retailer, so I don't have to ship them over from Big Bad Toy Store, which is turned my head a bit more. But now that I've got them, I'm going, I don't know. That Van Helsing does look good, and that Dracula does look kind of sweet. But I've enjoyed them a great deal. Yeah, really good. I like them.
So like, what was your first opinion? Like, did you have any issues with them at all?
No, well, stiff. I definitely had to heat treat them quite a bit to get them to move. Yeah, the thigh cuts and the shoulders on both of them were like proper. In fact, on the red one, this thigh over here is still, even after I blasted it with a hairdryer, I've had it in a hot water bath. I put it on top of the radiator. I've done everything, and it's still really stiff on the thigh there.
Wow, I
like
didn't think
like Valaverse stiff, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I know all about that. I know all about that.
I know you do. I
was no longer something I'm collecting. So.
Oh really? No, I just recently got my hands on a Condor. The voucher one.
Yeah, I'm. There's reasons why I stopped collecting them.
Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna. Yeah,
but I will say this: like, this latest wave is very underwhelming looking, and they have a lot of QC issues. And again, lines have QC issues. I mean, not that big of a deal, but everything that I've seen, it just seems very underwhelming. Where when they went into that special deployment series with Blowback, those figures were just beautiful.
Yeah, who's the guy who's got the big machine gun and they got that little like shell casing effect coming off the I don't know guns. They're coming out the hole.
Well, that was the I believe that's a special edition Bone Collector. Or not the special edition, the second version of Bone Collector.
Right. Yeah, I saw some photos of that and I thought that little effect. Oof.
No, I actually have that gun because it was in one of the weapons packs.
Right.
And I did a picture where I was able to take. Oh, I was able to take a picture of Rock and Roll with the M60 and use sticky tack and make it look like the shells were coming out of it.
Okay.
But
yeah.
that is, I want that effect. Like, everyone that's doing machine guns, they need to start throwing in some effects like that. And maybe not with every single machine gunner, but give me some.
Yeah, a little something to. Yeah. A little something like that. Yeah, I saw that and I thought, ooh, that looks nice.
But those Operation Monster Force, I was really, really impressed with them.
Yeah, I watched your when you picked up the stuff at Joe Fest. I watched the special those
Joe Fest
color. Yeah, because I was obviously we'd been waiting that long. I was like,
yeah,
I might want to think about cancelling some pre-orders. So I watched those and was like, oh yeah, okay. I'm happy with that.
Those were so hard to review because anything that's translucent, you can't really see the detail.
They'll show up on the camera.
What?
I'm just saying, yeah, I could totally. I've been there before.
Yeah, I'm just like, I can tell there's detail, and like, so for someone like Blind Prime, he'd be able to feel everything, but they were the same. Those are pretty much the same bucks, those two with different heads. But the Dracula figure is awesome. So is the Forgotten King. I think the Dracula is really good, and I call the Forgotten King. He's also the Forgotten Review because no one really wanted to watch it. But
No,
it's
sure.
a good looking figure. It really is. But Van Helsing and those vampires are so good. They're not perfect. There's some, there are some issues. But the weapons that they come with, I thought were really good. The way they're doing the vest is probably the best of anyone that's doing any type of plate carrier because they're very modular. Valaverse could probably do something very similar because their plates are all modular except their pieces are glued in. Where
Yeah.
Operation Monster Force made it so everything could come out. The biggest problem is that there's too many things that I would have to buy multiple figures to display each one the way I want to, because you're like, oh my god, I can do this, I can do that mask, I can do. The vampires are the same way.
Yeah, they've totally got you over the barrel with so the Crimson Moon stuff that they put up for pre-order not too long back has caught my eye again because that the
wonderful
the
idea what they're doing. Wonderful
yeah.
idea what they're doing.
But the way they've put the head you want to make your Baron Ironblood, your head's in with the whatever he's called, Major Noir or whatever. But the body for Baron Ironblood, you've got to buy 3 figures to chop them around. I did it with the Eagle Force. I've got the Eagle Force ones up there. I did the whole shifting everything around to.
I don't know this for sure, but I think they may have done that so there isn't anyone that comes back at them.
Yeah. Oh no, totally. I totally think.
Yeah, I don't think that they're trying to do the thing where, hey, we'll get you to buy this and that one. I think they're doing it because it's like, if anyone comes back and say, well, we're not even putting the head with that body, they have some sort of deniability.
Absolutely. Similar to, but legally indistinct.
Yeah. I mean, that hooded Cobra Commander's head.
Yeah, I mean, that's talk about a customizer's dream. Although actually, I've not tried swapping classified heads onto them. What did you?
So you can do the older heads.
Oh yeah, because of the way the ball is.
Yeah, so the newer heads don't fit, but like any of wave 1, 2, like stuff like that, you can. Valaverse heads fit on it perfect. So if it's one that fits on Valaverse, it can fit on that. A lot of Marvel Legends. I popped on.
I'd say wave 1 or 2.
Yeah, even more than that. Your Outback probably works.
Oh, I've got him on the desk already.
Yeah. But like those figures, like the Condor figure that you have, his head would work on it.
Oh, bloody hell, I can't get Outback's head off.
Don't try and break them.
It's not coming off. What's going on there?
I think that used the same peg.
That's all right. I'll grab.
I'm sure you got a whole bunch sitting right there.
I have, yeah. I'm looking for, because of the way they're all piled in the box, the earlier wave stuff's at the bottom.
Oh, wow. Don't let him fool you guys. Right now, he's just vaping.
I most certainly I'm not. I've just got a bazooka out. Although that's a good idea. I'm just going to get some stuff out of this box.
See, you would be you got to be very entertaining on your live streams. I think you, I think you really do have.
I can't get any heads up.
And you could probably get a super chat every now and then.
No, I never get a super chat. Nah. It's been cold, man.
You need some super chats so you can get a gym membership so you can get strong enough to pull off those heads there.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. Yeah. I need some super chats and some members, and then my life will feel complete. Everybody,
just don't sing about it.
Yeah. Well, no, I need to help me pay Disney off.
Yeah, yeah. So you're So all the Valaverse, a lot of the Marvel Legends. I don't know. Marvel Legends changed their size. I don't know why Classified did that. It's just infuriating.
Yeah.
it's infuriating that they did that and they messed up.
I've just snapped the bloody
I told
the-
you.
the thing off my gun. Look,
What? Oh,
that crappy little although that was inevitably going to happen. Look, the thing's just come off.
yeah.
Kind of looks a bit better without it.
I hate those guns.
Yeah, I got.
It doesn't make you any better that you just broke the thing off.
Yeah, they're really well made. They're really well made, and I totally get why they've done their own. There you go. There it is with a Punisher head on.
Yeah, see, so that's good that Marvel Legends is still using. I don't know why. So G.I. Joe's like the outlier, and they're going with that smaller ball peg now.
Yeah.
So basically, they're saying you can't put this head with anything else unless you're going to do some dremeling, which I don't want to do that. I just want to just pop and swap. Should be easy, right? Life's supposed to be easier for us.
Yeah. Look, right. So I want a ball joint waist, 6-inch scale, and interchangeable heads between all the different companies and brands, please. There you go.
But okay, so it seems very. God, it seems so. I can't think of the proper terminology, but I ride a skateboard, and everything is the same. So trucks, the truck, that's what the wheels go on. They
Standardized.
they have the standardized, base plate. So that's how the screws go on. Same with bearings; they're the same. They were telling me at the skate park that for scooters, everything is different. Nothing's standardized. So someone will buy something and they'll have to make it work. This should be the same thing with these heads here. All the ball joints should be the same. So if I want to grab a Valiverse and I want to pop it on there, I can. Now, if the neck is too long or something, well, that's fine. That's on me to figure out because maybe the head's designed a little bit different. But I should be able to pop on those heads any one that I want. So if I have an Action Force, if I have Marvel Legends, obviously Operation Monster Force, G.I. Joe, we should be able to swap them all around without any problems. I'm with you 100% on that. So I don't know why they did that. I don't know if that was a factory thing. I find it hard to believe that Lenny would want to do that, but I know it caused a big upstir. So much so that they made sure that this guy here, the Night Force Falcon, they made sure not to use the new size because they wanted to make sure that it fit on the other Falcon if you need it.
Yes.
But
yeah, totally.
If you have ugly Falcon, you can just use one of the grunt heads and put the beret on them, and it looks great. And you can't even tell it's grunt. Yeah, someone told me that. Unboxing Art told me to do that, and I went, "Oh wow, that works actually great."
I was going to swap the heads, but I've kind of fallen in love with the Night Force one a little bit.
Yeah,
he's on the Outback book, isn't he? For a start, which I've already said I like. You got to take the shoulder pads off. All that crap up here is pointless.
Dude, I'm with you. No shoulder. I hate those pauldrons. No
shoulder pads, but I actually kind of sort of a little bit, and I was like, oh, I think I might leave him like this for now.
Well, technically, this is the Range Viper book.
Was that before Outback?
No, but all his weapons were Range Viper weapons.
Oh yeah, and the belt and the vest.
It is the Outback book, but he comes with all the Range Viper weapons. That's the reason why. I didn't realize that, and someone said.
I wonder if anyone's taken the vest off the front. I wonder if it says survival underneath. Oh well, no, they wouldn't paint it, would they?
Oh yeah, it'd be painted because it's not survival on. It's not embroidered.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So what I just said was pointless. Ignore me, everybody.
I'll edit it out. I won't.
Yeah, edit out, and when all the internet went funny before as well. So folks aren't going, I'm not following that MoDXtra guy. He's got dodgy internet. And he chats bobbins.
It may not be bad because if it's a local recording, it may record perfectly fine. And people might be going, what are these idiots talking about?
Yeah.
I'll find out.
They're both talking at the same time about the same thing. What's going on?
Well,
be random.
I appreciate all the time. I'm gonna wrap it up because it's been throughout. Usually, like if it's a pre-recorded one, it's like 2 hours because there's no one to. But you're a very interesting person to talk to.
Well, I do try. I do try.
No, you make it really easy. And again, I feel like you get in these conversations, you can just go on and on and on because you're talking about toys, and especially with someone that you don't talk to all the time, you just have so much to discuss. And let's be honest, these toys have occupied so much of our time.
Yeah, well, you just said so earlier on. You said I mental noted it. You said I have to get this review done, and then I'm going to watch the football game or something. I thought you don't have to do anything, Lawrence. Do you know what I mean? Make the review, don't do the review, whatever. You know what I mean?
You're absolutely correct, but
you want to make the review.
I want to make the review if I want to continue to grow and keep the channel relevant.
That's it. Exactly. Yeah.
And again, I will say this. I will say this, and I would tell people this. I actively work to try and better the channel, the content that I'm giving you. So this is a choice that I do make. And I say this like, nobody cares how much time I sit in this chair. And I spend a lot of time sitting in this chair.
Got to have a good
You
chair.
just want to be what?
You got to have a good chair.
Yeah. But people want to be entertained.
Game.
Yeah, they want to be entertained. They don't care how much time it takes me to do slides, create my show, edit stuff. Even though people say, well, you don't really edit. I do more editing than you think. It just might not be as much as other people. But it's like you spend so much time, they just want to be entertained. Just like I've told people, no one cares how much time it took them to make, Deadpool and Wolverine.
Mm.
They just wanted to make sure they were entertained.
It's the final products, yeah.
Yeah. And that's great.
And it's tough in action figures as well because it's not evergreen content, is it? You have to stay because it's folks are only ever interested in watching new releases.
Yes.
There's nobody out there who's digging through my old vids and going, do you know what I could really do with finding out about that Wave 1 Flint. Do you know what I mean? So, it's just not happening. Or maybe it is, and I'm just not noticing the numbers on the analytics.
No, you're absolutely 100%. And this, I talked to Ken from Toy Connections, and
sure.
So, and him and I are really good friends. Even though he's from Canada and thinks Bret Hart is better than Shawn Michaels, biggest crock of shit I've ever heard. If you're a wrestling fan,
Hot take, folks. Yeah, hot take.
Like he's doing like the history of G.I. Joe, history of Transformers, right? That stuff is evergreen because the history is not going to change. The history of 1984 to 88 of G.I. Joe isn't going to change.
No.
And I've told him, I'm like, the content you're creating doesn't really cost you any money. I mean, if you buy a figure, you're buying a figure for your collection. Maybe you buy it for the video, but for the most part, it's in your collection or whatever. And I'm not trying to take away from your time because your time does cost you money, right? But your stuff is evergreen, where all these reviews that you and I are doing, they have a shelf life of about 2 to 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Some of them go a little bit longer. The Valaverse Vanguard, it's gone a little bit longer. Same with the Vamp, the Stinger. They've gone a little bit longer, but for the most part, the shelf life is 2 to 4 weeks. So the content that we're creating is costing us money to create it. Now, how many of your figures do you actually make your money back on? Well, I can say recently it's been more than a few, but for a while, I might make $10 on a review. So if you spent $25 on a figure, it still costs you $15. Now, I do look at that as an offset of like, hey, this figure cost me $15. And say I make $20 on a figure. Boom. Wow, awesome. That figure cost me $5. that rare occasion you made $40 on a figure, like, wow, I'm actually in the black. I'm going to put it on this really shitty figure that made me $4. But that's for classified, not for any other one. I don't make any money off any other one. Like, it's so little, so minimal.
Yeah, it's
and that's fine because I'm buying the stuff because I want it. It's not just to review it. I'm buying it because I want it, and I might as well review it and make a few bucks off it, especially after you've established the channel. What was the question again? No, oh yeah. So our shelf life of reviewers is very.
That's right. Yeah,
very short.
It's not evergreen.
I have a few ideas of things that I want to do that will be more evergreen. That I'm going to be working on probably in December because there doesn't look to be very much going on.
No, I noticed that as well. I was like, it's the lead up to Christmas. I should be swimming in new releases. And instead, I'm like, oh, what am I going to do content-wise for the next month?
The only thing that I know that I have coming are 2 figure obscuras.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm not into that line.
I'm assuming the Robo Skull. And
I don't know
anything else. Anything else that I pick up will probably be like Marvel Legends that have probably already been out or something that I just want to pick up.
I've got
or anything.
I've got the Halo jumper coming, but obviously the time has passed on that bad boy a little bit. That took a long time to get over here.
It is such a figure.
Yeah, it looks great. It looks great. I'm looking forward to it. It should come any day now. It's supposed to come last week, but I realized I forgot to pay the invoice on it.
that figure did very well for me, which I didn't expect.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you watched that review.
No, see, that's if I know I'm planning on reviewing it myself, I don't watch anybody else's review. I say this to Connor as well. I say, I'm sure your videos are great, man. But I won't watch it until after I've come out.
But I do the same thing. There's a few people I might watch. Like I might watch Bobby B's just so I can get an idea. Do you need to go outside? Yeah, you're literally pushing your way up.
Oh, do you need to go, Roman?
Let me. Here, I'm going to call for my daughter.
He's going to call for his daughter. Do you know how they call each other in that house as well? They go.
I yell for her. He literally. I don't think I've ever had him push himself up here. And my daughter's downstairs. Like he could just. But he pushed himself up like
he's like legit saying like attend to me now. Now.
Look at that time, 3 hours and 23 minutes. Do you know what
right, anyway, you were wrapping up and I ended up sending you on another little tangent.
I don't give a shit. It's entertaining now.
No. Yes, everybody, I hope you stuck it out this long. This is where the real the actual show is happening.
So I might watch Bobby B. I might watch a couple people just to get an idea of things that, especially if I know it's going to be a long time. So anyway, the Halo jumper.
Yeah.
So I went out and I threw him up in the air.
Oh, sure, to test the shootout. Yeah.
And that was spur of the moment. And I was actually talking to, I think I was talking to Dreadnought Ryan about it yesterday, and I go, that was, because I can't believe you actually went out and did that. I go, that was spur of the moment. And you know how you know it's spur of the moment? Because I wasn't thinking, if you watch when I go and do it, I go outside, I'm still wearing my khaki pants from work. I changed my shirt, but I would have put jeans on if I would have had this planned. And when I was done, I was like,
why? Who cares? Why?
Just because it would have looked better. Like
I'm in sweatpants right now. Who cares?
Well, no, because you could see my whole body. No, because you could see my whole body when I did it. That was.
It's all right. Do you know what I was thinking when I went to the loo? But you put the Bossman thing on, so people probably didn't see my sweatpants, did they?
No one saw anything.
However, I wouldn't have cared if they had.
No, and I didn't care.
The point, Lawrence.
No, I didn't care. I'm just saying, like, I probably would have put jeans on just because it would have flowed better than me in my work shoes and then like a t-shirt. But again, it didn't really matter because people want to see me throw it up. But here's what I was about to say,
all they cared about was the parachute anyway.
Yeah. So here's what happens. I go out, I do it. throw it up in the air, and then I do the exit part of the video.
Yeah.
Boom. I do everything on my iPhone. So I use iMovie. I load it, boom, it goes. Maybe the second comment. Dude, what's up with the slow motion? What's up with the slow motion at the end?
Because
what?
.mov.
So there was
it's a MOV file, is it?
I have no idea. So there was a glitch. So iPhone, like sometimes, do you use the iPhone to make videos?
I do sometimes, yeah. I do sometimes.
So when you use iMovie, sometimes it'll flip it upside down.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about here, and I think I know what your issue is. So, MOV files on the iPhone are done with a variable frame rate, which means that it will dynamically change the frame rate of what's being filmed to respond to what it's receiving through the lenses. Whereas if you use, like I've got my Canon here, your Canon is a fixed frame rate. It's the same frame rate all the way through the video, regardless.
Okay.
So in your iMovie settings, there'll be a way to change the settings to edit variable frame rate. Oh, right. Okay. You did do that.
Well, no. So when I do my videos, I just put it on 60 frames per second.
Yeah. But it's not. Yeah.
At HD. I don't do 4K. Sometimes I would do 4K. I actually did do 4K when I was throwing it up. So I wonder if that's what caused it to.
I think it's something to do with it's variable frame rates. I've noticed it when I've filmed stuff with my camera, and then I've done a top up filming or done something with my phone. I've seen that even though they're both 60 frames per second, 1080p, and all that, the iPhone will dynamically shift the frame rate, and that's what causes those weird slowdowns or speed ups sometimes. So some of my videos, you can see I'll be talking and the audio will be fine, but there'll be just a slight,
Oh, okay. No, this
jumpiness.
was the last section of it. And it starts off fine and then it goes slow. And when I say it goes slow, I mean it goes slow.
Oh,
I even hit it and I didn't see this. All I did is I checked because I already edited everything, right? And then I because you got to save it back onto your phone, which I hate. So I had to save it back on my phone so I could upload it. So all I was doing was looking to make sure it wasn't upside down, because I didn't even find out about the upside down thing until like 2 weeks after a video was uploaded. It took someone like 2 weeks to tell me that I was upside down. And I was like, whoa. So it was like the second comment. I go and look at it, and it's in super slow motion. And so even if you hit like 2x, it was still in slow motion.
Wow.
It was still in Zack Snyder slow motion. All right.
Well, I was going to say, did it not just look all right because it just appeared to be like a dramatic effect for the moment anyway?
No, because so you watch the whole video, it's perfectly fine. You see me throw it up. Now, you've probably looked at your analytics, right? I was expecting I'm going to see this uptick. Thankfully, that when when I'm tossing the figure up, there's no issues there. So then I finish up. I come in here, get in front of the camera, and I do my wrap up. The wrap up probably goes maybe 15 seconds or so, 20 seconds, and then I go into the slow motion for about 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Oh my God. That's how slow it was.
Oh my days.
So someone said something and I laughed about it. What am I supposed to do? I fucked up, right? Or it fucked up. There's nothing I can do. I talked to Ken. Ken, he likes producing, and he's like, really, things have to be perfect for him. He's like, you can just delete that. I was like, I don't care. I mean, was someone going to make fun of me? I'm reviewing a figure. No one's ever going to see it after a month or whatever. But it's now become a running joke. Awesome. Like, I created content. The fact is, like, nobody. So the upside down.
Hello, my name is Laura.
It's probably slower than that.
Slower than that.
It is so slow. Like, I can't even express how fucking slow it is.
We've all done it though. We've all done some sort of fuck up with a video, and
Well, okay. So what's funny about the upside down one is that was on the low light Spirit 2-pack. It was about 2 weeks into the video. About 2 weeks into the video, right? Now, before this, I wasn't checking it after I was done. I was just uploading them because why would I? I use iMovie. This is what I did. All I had to do was save it. About 2 weeks into the video, when someone makes a comment, they're like, "Oh man, you got to watch it to the end. That's the best part." I'm like, "What you talking about?" And I didn't remember like saying. So I go to it and I'm like, "Why am I upside down? Like, what the fuck?" There's nothing you can do. I'm not going to delete it. Again, like no one's probably ever going to watch the video again. Now it's been over a month.
Nah, just pin a comment on it or something in it and call it a day.
Well, I'd rather wait to see if someone makes a comment. Like, I know you
fair
watched
enough. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
I did another video, and both the intro and my exit part of it, I was upside down. So now I had to, but I watched it before. So then I just redid it. I just resaved it onto it. It came out fine. I was talking to Woody222, and he was asking me about it. He's like, "Hey, have you had any issues with the iPhone, like where it says there's too much space or there's not enough space?" I'm like, all the time. Yeah. I hate that one. You have to delete sometimes iMovie and reload it, and then that clears out cache, even though you have more than enough room on your phone. And then he brought up the upside down thing. He's like, "I've had that happen a few times." He's like, "Do you know why it does it?" I'm like, "I have no idea why, but I know I now have to I just have to skim through it once it's resaved onto it." But it's very frustrating and annoying. But again, first world quirks. Yeah, it's first world problems. I mean, really, if it was bothersome that much, I could buy a program and edit everything on my computer, which would probably be easier, to be 100% honest. But then I have to learn it, and I don't really want to have to learn more because I don't have time. I work, I have kids, I do reviews. So, but you know how it is.
I'm just having, yeah. I'm just in the iPhone settings to see if I can change the thing. Is it look into that variable frame rate thing though? If you're using your iPhone for a lot of your filming, because there's something about that.
That's the only time I've seen the slow motion thing.
Oh yeah, okay. I was about to say it's not actually, but you don't have. It's not like a persistent problem you're coming across, is it?
No. The upside down has only been a couple of times, and I've caught it since then. The slow motion has only been that time, but it was at the end when most people probably don't even watching anyway because they don't really care about my recap.
They've ducked out by that
point.
If
it would have been during me throwing it up, that would have really bothered me because the whole video was actually led up to that.
Yeah.
And no one else really went out and threw up no one really went out and threw it up. Here, let me see if I can pull it up and show you how slow it is. It won't ruin anything because you'll have no idea. I don't know if you can hear anything. Let me see if I can find the video. At some point, you realize how many videos you've actually done. When you're like...
Nemesis Immortal was my 300th.
See, that's a good amount there.
Yeah. I got an email saying, "Congratulations on your 300th video."
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Did you get one of these? Did you get sent one of these? Yeah. YouTube M&Ms.
No.
I got sent some YouTube M&Ms in a YouTube tin.
I think I just went over 1,000. I didn't get shit. Oops. All right, so let me see. I'm gonna pull this up. I'll see if you can hear it. Hold on. All right, so hold on. Here we go. Let me pause this. I got to share screen. Damn it.
I'm waiting with bated breath here, my man. The sense of anticipation is palpable.
Well, I didn't plan on showing off anything here.
Here we go. Right. Here we go, folks. Slow-mo Lawrence in his work khakis.
I wouldn't do it. All right. So that is the review of the G.I. Joe Halo Jumper 60th Anniversary Action Pilot. There's so many different names. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for the title.
There it is. There it is. Brilliant.
That is how. So there is. This is at the 27-minute mark, and this video goes almost 32 minutes. But do you see how it starts off fine,
and then just slows down on you
out of
That's
nowhere?
mental.
But I didn't look for that. I looked to make sure I wasn't upside down. But I want to say it was like the second comment. The second comment that was made, and I was like, "What are you talking?" I go back. I'm like,
"Well, at least it was your second comment, not like the 2 weeks on your."
Yeah, no. But it was funny because all of a sudden, a bunch of people, and it kind of became the running joke for a couple weeks. But who cares? Like, Ken was like, he's like, I wouldn't have been able to deal with that. I'm like, it doesn't matter to me. Like, who cares? Like, everyone's having fun, right? That's what really matters. I mean, I can take a joke. I dish it out enough that I can take jokes, right? That's what life is supposed to be. Have fun with it. Because eventually we're going to be gone. Eventually we'll be gone. And now I'm like, I want to shave my head. Now I want to shave my head again. Shave it.
And your lasting legacy will be 3 minutes of slow-mo.
That's why I told you. Remember when I said
waving a parachute around in front of
You remember when I said it's slower than that? I don't think you believed me. I don't think you were prepared for that slow.
I don't think that is the variable frame rate thing.
I have no idea why I did it. It's not like I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know. Either way, it was definitely
we've all done stuff. We've all done stuff one time or another.
Yeah, and again, if you don't laugh at yourself, good luck, right?
Yeah.
If you don't laugh at the stupid shit that you do in your life, you're gonna be one miserable person.
Yeah, there's enough serious shit going on any day in there. You might as well just see the light.
And I can't speak for you, but I know I've done a lot of dumb stuff in my life.
All the time. All the time. I got asked to do this interview with this guy, and
hopefully I don't get a copyright strike. He's using my image and likeness.
Yeah, I should do that to you. That'd be hilarious.
No, it wouldn't, because I just got a copyright. I just got a copyright strike.
Another one?
No, that first one.
That okay, yeah.
Yeah,
the Monster Force one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, don't even get me started on that. That pisses me off so bad. Because it's a complete false copyright strike.
Yeah, I knew you'd got that. I mentioned it in my Operation Monster Force review, and then your man Matt was in there saying it's got nothing to do with the artwork because I said I say in my review, I've got the box and I'm saying I don't know if I should show the comic book on the inside because in my head I don't know. I saw your post and I thought, well, maybe it's the comic book artwork, maybe it's the artist who, Anyway, I now know I've been educated by Matt that it was, it's not the comic book, it's not affiliated with Fresh Monkey Fiction or whatever. But I say in the video, like, there's the artwork, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that because my man Lawrence has got a copyright strike. Not knowing that you'd investigated further and you'd known.
But it's one of those things where, like, dude, you just let somebody copyright strike someone and you don't. There's no real checks and balances.
No.
Now, I could fight it more. Unlike Instagram, where there's really nothing I could do, I could fight it more, and I'm going to still reach out and be, all right, what do I? Because I don't want it sitting there. It sits there for 90 days and then it goes away. But if I get 3 copyright strikes, so basically, if I get 2 more copyright strikes, I shouldn't even be saying this. They could take down the channel. I'd have to do a lot of fighting. And when you're monetized, you know this, you have more avenues of people that you can talk to. But I've done, I don't take other people's stuff. I don't clip other people's videos. I don't do anything like that. So, and the fact that the guy doesn't even exist, well, I'm sure he exists as a person, but that he has nothing to do, and that's per the owner. I've had other people talk to other independent owners that are aligned, with Operation Monster Force or Fresh Monkey Fiction, and they're like, we've never heard of this guy. So it's like, all right, well, if more comes up, then we'll have to go down more avenues. But it's still something I have to address a little bit further because YouTube has to be aware of this. It's not just going to happen with us. This type of shit shouldn't happen at all.
No, I think it's pretty. I think it's pretty endemic across the platform. That I think these spurious copyright claims are happening in all sorts of niches. It's going on all over the place.
Yeah, and there's no way that I think it's just us. Right? It's not like it's just these action figure dorks that. No, and again, it's just very convenient and when it's happened. Right? It's very convenient that after everything that someone accused me of doing, I get one, and it's like, come on, dude. I mean, I don't know who they're affiliated with, but I also don't need to be Batman to know where I would start looking if I was really going to go down some avenue of, it's like, come on, guys. Like, so, but anyway, now I gave you that extra hour after you took a piss.
Yeah, there you go. Now it doesn't feel like I've gone for a piss, and it's been. I think we are going to have to wrap it up soon, though, man, because we're creeping up on 2 a.m. and I'm starting to. My Steam is expiring. I'm starting to run out of. I can tell, I'm not talking as. The rhythm of the stuff coming out of my mouth.
I think this is the longest one that I've done yet.
Oh, is it?
Which it's odd because, normally the ones where
it's a pre-record.
There's no one asking us any questions, but it's been such a good conversation. You're so entertaining.
Should I wear that as a badge of honor then?
I would.
MoDXtra Games and Collectibles, longest Punk with Toys.
I think so. I don't know for sure, but I don't know of any other ones that gone over 3 hours and 3.5 hours. Because I have to go to work usually in the morning. So if they're live, I don't want to be there at 12:30, even though I was, last week, which it will be 2 weeks ago. But it's 2 a.m., almost 2 a.m. for you. So.
Yeah, you check into that, Lawrence, and then what I'll expect is a Punk with Toys tin of Punk with Toys M&Ms in celebration of my longest.
When did you get that?
I don't know. It was from some website. Hang on, I'll tell you what. It's like YouTube creator. Hang on, one sec. Hold the line, please. It's high five for you rewards. No, hang on. I got an email saying, as a valued YouTube dude or whatever, you're entitled to these. Sometimes you send your gifts and stuff. Just fill this form in. So I did.
Man, I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing.
Well,
I have.
Well, you got twice as many subscribers as me, and probably about twice as many views as well. So why they would select me over you, I don't know. But I've had free pizza.
Over 1,000 videos. Over 1,000.
I've got M&Ms in a tin, nice tin. I mean, it's not quite the badge on the wall, that.
Yeah.
Or what? Maybe I should just take the lid out and put it in a frame. Pretend. There you go. I'll give you the link. Can you see that in the private chat? I'll give you the link.
Yeah, no. I mean, I have over 1,000 videos, but you figure I do two live streams a month, or 2 live streams a week now. So if that's been for almost 2 years. So, but. Man, I'm disappointed. I want my tin of M&Ms.
You want your tin of M&Ms, yeah? They did a Lego set as well, but I never got sent one of them. Like a little YouTube badge Lego set.
I will say right now, if I ever make it to get one of those play buttons that they send you, dude, it will be right where you can see it. I have no shame whatsoever. I have no shame, right?
You need
Matter
like
of fact,
millions. Do you need like millions for one of
I
them?
think it's 100,000 to get the silver playlist. I think the silver playlist. I think is 100,000 subscribers. I think
Right.
1 million is the goal. I could be wrong. I'll just say this: if I get one, I'll have a fucking chain like Flavor Flav wears clocks, and I'll wear that damn thing everywhere.
Does
Then
anybody in the toy like the Amazing? How many do you got?
there's only a few that are at 100,000.
Yeah, Robo don't know. He's at 46.
But he just started. Robo used to
Shart-
be the swoosh.
Shartimus, maybe.
Shartimus
Yeah,
does.
sure.
Pixel Dan probably does.
Oh yeah, Shartimus has got like.
He's got like over 200.
Who's that dude with the glasses? Who reviews a lot of obscure stuff? Toy Galaxies, probably.
Yeah, he does, but he's not really toys anymore because he's Secret Galaxy. But he's well.
No,
over-
it does his like little. Yeah.
Yeah, he actually changed it because of that. Where he's doing more pop
That's
culture
fair.
stuff.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's very few that are over. I saw Retro Blasting is that I would ever watch any of his stuff ever again.
Don't you try and now start embroiling me in your drama and feuds.
I don't have a feud. I have no feuds. Hey, you know what?
Lasso me into you.
Hey, a lot of people are buying subs right now, so who knows? Maybe we'll start to see more toy tubers, reach that.
Buying subs. Yeah, I heard Ronnie and Shark Eyes were making some jokes about people buying subs. I didn't really understand.
So now there is a if you look at your YouTube studio, there's the urn. I think it's under urn. Let's see, where is it at? Or maybe it's not copyright. It's under content. Yeah, so if you go to content and you go to promotions, you can promote any video that you want. And so you can promote it. And when you start, and I did a whole video on it.
Oh yeah, look.
I did a whole video on it.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah. So I did a whole video using before anyone thinks I'm buying subs, using Punks on Film. And I did like $20. And I followed what some of the other YouTubers that did this did to get the best bang out of it. And I think I got like 600 subs in 1 week with $20.
Oh, but you got to pay for it.
Oh yeah, you have to
you
pay. And so like if you walk through it, it says do you want to get views or subs, right? But if you do the views, it pushes this in front of people, and people just hit subscribe. So I know that there's a few guys that are doing this right now. It doesn't help you create content or even bring in people that want to watch the content because it's just being pushed.
No, yeah. Well, that's it. Yeah, they're not really.
So there's absolutely no reason. There's no reason for us to do any of this. If you have like a serialized show that you've created, it can make sense. If you're like Hella Dope Toys and you're promoting your toy store, it makes sense, right? But if you're going to spend money to promote a review on a toy or something to talk about toys, it's not even getting pushed in front of. It's getting pushed in front of the YouTube audience.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. And then they're not good subs, are they, really?
Yeah, you know this as well as I do. The fact is, we're a niche group, all right? So, sure, maybe if I was doing something about, let's say I was doing a show covering a murder, right? An unsolved murder. Maybe you want to push that out because there's a bigger audience.
Excuse me.
You want to get your name out there. It still doesn't help you create good content. you still don't understand how to create a show content that's going to grab someone's attention to want to hit that like button, to hit that subscribe button.
Yeah.
And it's even worse when people are doing it and then they're bragging about their sub count. It's like, okay, but like you didn't do any work for it. You went and you paid a couple bucks. I can, and I've said this before. Even when people take steroids, they have to work out. Like you don't just get big by taking steroids. Now, those people that get those synthoid injections or whatever they are to make their muscles massive, and they look like they look sickly. Like, oh my God, you're not doing anything. You're not making anything better. But yeah, so it's just one of those, I don't know, weird ass things. And I just saw that you put something in the. Ooh, shit. Still there? Okay.
Yeah, I'm still here. The link in the chat. That's that's that YouTube YouTube Creator Awards thing.
Yeah, I just pushed it over here. I'm gonna look at it.
Yeah, have a look because that's I got an email. Like I say, I got an email saying you can join this because you're a valued partner or whatever, and then you get sent. That's how you get your M&Ms, dude.
I want my.
I don't want you missing out on the M&Ms. Yeah, that's just it's. I'm sad. It's made me sad. I'm actually gonna go to bed quite upset now to think that Lawrence hasn't got his. And it's not just the M&Ms, dude. It's the tin. It's like an actual. It's. I put little accessories in here. So the figure that I'm planning on reviewing, I put my accessories in my little YouTube tin, so that they're there on my desk, ready to go. Take them out the base box.
Now you're making me sad. Like you got to review a figure, and then you probably have this tin. Now you're going to have the tin right in the video.
Yeah, right
so
in the vid.
See it, and you can be like, you don't have one of these.
It'll have just like the accessories, just like. Let me show you this blast effect here. In my no, actually, I'd have to do it like I'd have to do it like this. So let me show you this blast effect here.
Your next video, you better do that.
I'll you bet, mate. I'll squeeze it in somehow.
Well, you know what?
I can make that work.
You said it's about 2 a.m. for you, so let's wrap this up.
It is 2:05 now.
Is it? Oh,
yeah.
Oh, you're right. I'm thinking we started exactly at 5, and we didn't.
No, we didn't. We gassed, didn't we, before we started?
Yeah. Well, before we take off, I am going to put links to your YouTube channel and your Instagram in the description.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that'd be brilliant. Yeah.
But tell everyone where they can find you, what you have coming on, what you have coming up. And now remember, this is Thanksgiving, so we're 2 weeks away. But
so what am I going to be? So I need to tell them what I'm going to be doing in 2 weeks.
Well, I guess if you don't have a scheduled live stream like I do, then
yeah. So it's MoDXtra Games and Collectibles, which Lawrence will have linked in the description down below, as he just described. I tell you, what am I going to do in 2 weeks? So the Halo jumper is due to arrive any day now, so I'll probably review that. I've started thinking about my Christmas content, so we might do some stuff around Christmassy things. I don't know. I've no idea what I'm going to be doing around Thanksgiving. I'll just be thankful. I'll be thankful for the, I'll be thinking of pilgrims and stuff, and the friendship they made with the natives over a turkey. Is that the story? Something like that? They gave a turkey.
Something like that. So they keep trying to dispute it, but we keep celebrating it.
Yeah, it's to do with a turkey that they gave to a Native American, isn't it? Or something.
Yes. But we called them Indians back then because.
Are you not impressed with my knowledge of pilgrims and indigenous Americans and stuff?
They were called impressive? Indians because Christopher Columbus thought he found India.
That's right. Yeah, I knew that too.
And then shortly after that, I believe the Pilgrims started slaughtering them.
Well, yeah, sure. Well, did they not just sneeze on him? I think that was it not disease? Yeah. They sneezed on him and then showed him how to make gin, and then it was game over.
And then after that, we just waited till we decided to revolt against the motherland.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, yeah. You tax dodgers, you filthy tax dodgers.
But after that, we fought amongst each other to get rid of the General Lee flag that was on top of the Dukes of Hazzard car.
Mm.
Yeah, we have a real rich history of fighting. It basically started off like,
yeah, you wankers. So what was I saying? Oh, I'll tell you what I am doing. And like with Christmas coming up, I'm thinking about end of year things. You know, like top 10s and all looks like that. Now I say this every year, and then I don't end up making them. But who knows? It's too. This video is going out in 2 weeks' time, so maybe this year will be the year I do actually get my arse in gear and I make some decent end of year top 10s and stuff, something like that.
Top 10s are always entertaining. People love them. They create content for
They
you.
love a list, don't they? They love a list, especially if
Okay.
you number the list.
I know I was going to let you go so you go to sleep, but I don't care anymore.
Right, well, I'm gonna have to.
I hate vegetables. I hate them.
Really?
Oh yeah, I hate them. But let me tell you
All
something.
vegetables.
I like corn. I like cold carrots. I don't like greens for the most part. Anyway, the point is, I hate vegetables. You throw a top 10 vegetables list up on YouTube, and I'm watching it because it's a top 10 of something.
Really?
Oh my god, dude! You put a list in front of me. Hey, top 10 screws. Wow, I need to know what screws to buy.
Wow.
Top 10 TVs you can't afford.
There
I
you
need to
go.
watch this.
There's the insight into the lists. I like to, when I do lists though, I like to do them random. Like I don't do a top 10. I'll do like top 7.5 or something. You know what I mean? Just to be contrary, because that's. Or I'll do top 10 and then spend the first 5 minutes doing 5 notable mentions or something.
This is awesome. Like,
but those channels do well. I've seen them like what's that big one? Watch Mojo, and the top 10 death scenes in TV in the last 10 years or something. And they're so, I don't know, they're crap. They're really crap. Whatculture.com. And they're always dead negative. Have you noticed that as well? They're always like, you know, top 10 times a movie like was a total flop. They never put the top 10 greatest movies of all time, in our opinion. It's always the top 10 flops or the top 10 times, I don't know, the director died on set or something. And it's always like really, really miserable stuff. Have you never noticed that?
I missed the top 10 a director died on set.
Well, no, I'm just that was just me vamping on the spot. But it is all like
we'll probably find it if we looked it up though.
Mm. I bet there have been 10 directors to die on set.
I mean, you could easily do top 10 actors that have died on set. You know, you have Brandon Lee.
Yes, yeah.
You have, well, there's a few that have just dropped dead.
Well, it depends. It depends whether you're talking about actors who died literally or metaphorically.
No, I meant literally.
Because there's definitely a lot of actors who've died, you know, metaphorically.
Well, yeah. Or, well, a lot of people have died during a shoot, but not on set. But you're
oh,
like,
wow.
Yeah.
There's actually examples of actors murdering directors here. I'm down a rabbit hole, a Google rabbit hole here.
Well, at least you won't be going down the aircraft carrier one tonight.
Yeah. Well, our conversation tonight has generated a whole list of like research topics that I feel like I need to, and the story. I need to learn the story of Thanksgiving and what you're thankful for, and all that. You know what I mean? Yeah, Jesus.
So you found a list of actors that have murdered.
No, I'm on list of film and television accidents right now. That's there's. Sorry, I'm trying to talk and read at the same time. From 1980 to 1990, there were 37 deaths relating to accidents during stunts. with 24 of them involving the use of helicopters.
Oh, that sounds awful.
What were they doing with helicopters in that 10-year period?
I don't know, but now I want to do a photo shoot with my dragonfly with one. There's got to be a decapitation in there, right? There's got to be at least one decapitation.
Yeah. Right, hang on. Decapitations.
Wait, let me ask you this. The accidents with the helicopters, does it say there's any people parachuting off? Because the dragonfly came with 2 parachuters.
It's like my dad with his lawnmower all over again.
If anybody is still watching this 4 hours into it, which means it's like 1 a.m., God bless you.
Yeah.
We're just entertaining ourselves at this point.
Accidental movie decapitations. Oh no! So if you try and look up, it gives you like decapitations as in the movie. You know what I mean? Yeah. I can't seem to get to. I'm not Googling the right thing to discover whether there was a decapitation as a result of a helicopter accident.
Did you put movie decapitations IRL in real life?
No, I didn't, but let's try that.
Really? You're back up here again whining? All he wants me is to go out there with him. Is that what you want, buddy?
There most definitely were real decapitations. Vic Morrow and Maisa Dinley were accidentally decapitated during the filming of Twilight Zone the movie in 1982 when their helicopter crashed. Denny Keith was decapitated in a racing car crash in 1964. Oh no, that's not. That's just an actual car crash. I mean, that's not to diminish the loss, Denny. Rest in peace. But we're looking specifically for movie set decapitation.
Your death is not worthy of us to talk.
Yeah, but if the topic of discussion was racing was car accidents, then we'd be all over it, Denny. We'd be all over it. But we're talking about movie set helicopter related decapitations, of which we have found Vic Morrow and Maisa Dean Lee. I'm probably pronouncing that horribly. Twilight Zone the movie. Yeah. When the helicopter crashed, so it probably was the blades.
Could be the best bet.
Yeah. But that's the only one I can find that's specifically called out. But anyway, you asked for I found you an incident singular. So my Google Foo reputation is up there with longest chat with a friend, Punk with Toys reputation.
Oh, you are, yeah. You
along with my YouTube M&M's tin.
Yeah, I'm gonna be cutting that shit out because I don't have one. All right.
Yeah, absolutely. Get some editing done. Get an iMovie. You better make sure I'm not in slow mo after you start fiddling around with it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna blur it every time you.
Yeah,
all right. You know what? Let's wrap it up so you can go to bed.
Absolutely,
let's wrap it up so the people watching this can go to bed too.
Yeah. Thanks for watching, folks. Happy Thanksgiving.
Well, it's after Thanksgiving now for them.
Oh, is it? Okay. Happy. So you got Black Friday.
Black Friday. Happy Black Friday, everyone.
Is it Black Friday? Is Thanksgiving on a Thursday, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep, it is Black Friday now. So
it's Happy Black Friday. Go shopping.
And tune in later for my Black Friday giveaway. That will obviously be happening later on today.
Tune in for that, folks.
All right. Honestly, we're going to wrap it up. Chris, thank you so much. I've had a blast. I would not have sat here for 4 hours for no reason if I wasn't having fun.
You've been wrapping me up an hour in.
Oh, dude, you would have went to take a piss and I would have just
been gone.
This hit end and you'd be like, oh, okay.
Technical issues, Chris. Sorry, you can't get it to work.
Okay. Guys, thank you. Please check him out. Instagram, YouTube, links are in the description. Go check it out. You know what?
Send me a super chat, even if I'm not live. Can you do that when I'm not live?
You can send super thanks. You can
Oh
send
yeah, dude.
super thanks and super stickers.
Okay.
But you know
So
what?
what? Just send me 50 cents so that I know it works.
We can do that real soon. Anyway, we're not going to play the ending because we've gone so long. We're just going to wave until StreamYard